Hello everyone and welcome back to the London Chess Classic. Today is round 4. It's a super exciting round once again and I'm super excited to be back. My name is Women International Master Anna-Maja and we are back with the action in the London Chess Classic. As you can see, it is past 3 p.m., but the players are not seated. And you know what that means? It means that we have fixed the situation with the camera. It is now also delayed 15 minutes, so no unexpected surprises or spoilers when it comes to the camera. We are also delayed 15 minutes now on the stream altogether. So that means, we can follow the games along and everything will be synchronized. So your wish has come true and I'm super happy that we were able to do this really quickly as the tournament goes on. A lot of adjustments are made right behind the scenes. So it's really nice that organizers were quick to respond to this matter. And yeah, we have it here. The camera is delayed 15 minutes. I believe that is Andrei Volokitin who just took his place behind the board. So yeah, welcome everyone. Hello. Before we head into the games, as the games are starting for us in around 10 minutes, let's take a look at the format of the event. If you have been here already before, it may seem familiar to you, but let's go over it just one more time, as some people may be new in this in the broadcast. So here we have the format. It is a 10-player single round robin. That means that 10 players are playing against each other one round at a time. And the time control is 40 moves in 90 minutes with an additional time of 30 minutes after move 40. And also, of course, a 30-second increment after every single move. So the game can go on for a very long time. And you have to continue writing down the moves on your score sheet. Then the prizes. We have a huge prize fund in this event. We have a prize fund of £38,500. First prize goes home with £15,000, which is approximately, I believe, $19,000. So that is quite a lot of money. Second place goes home with $10,000. Third with $7,500, and fourth, £6,000. So that is quite a huge prize money. Top 4 goes home with some nice prizes, and that is what the players are fighting for. And then the players, if you haven't seen them already, here they are, the players participating in this event. Gukesh, of course. Gukesh is fighting to advance, that is, in the FIDE Grand Prix circuit. And he is currently doing a good job. He is on 2.5 out of 3. He won his game yesterday very convincingly against Andrei Volokitin. Amazing preparation that paid off. It was a quick and nice win. And it was very clinical with amazing tactics. And if you haven't seen that game yet already, you should totally check it out. It was brilliant. And then we have Nikita Vityugov, we have Amin Tabatabai, Michael Adams, Andrei Volokitin, Hans Niemann, Mateusz Bartel, Jules Moussard, and Luke McShane. And finally, Shreyas Royal, the hero of England, as yesterday he beat none other than Amin Tabatabai, who is currently in the top 50 in the world, which is a great result for Shreyas, as he is the only international master in the field. And with that, he is getting closer to that GM norm. It has only been round 3. We're now today in round 4. So it's still a long tournament ahead of him. But yeah, super exciting. Let's take a look. Let's go back to this scene. And let's see. The players we see Andrei Volokitin, I believe, moving around, arriving early at his game. What would you guys prefer? Do you think you would rather arrive early, or would you want to intimidate your opponent and pretend that you'll arrive super late? Because oftentimes there are players that prefer to arrive late to their games. Me personally, I don't like to arrive late to my game. Once, I remember when I was very young, I played in a tournament and for some reason I messed up the times, and when I realized that my game was already started a couple of minutes ago, I ran down the hotel and I rushed really quickly to my game, but I was under extreme pressure there, as yeah, it's not fun to be unexpectedly late. So I prefer to be there early, but at the same time, if you're too early there, it may get very boring and tiring, and you'd rather not have too much time to wait for the game, because waiting is not fun. So yeah, what do you guys prefer? Do you prefer 15 minutes late? Wow. Well, in some tournaments, you're allowed to arrive late to your game. Oftentimes, there's a tolerance, zero tolerance says 15 minutes late is possible, or up to 15 minutes. Sometimes it's 30, sometimes even 60 minutes, which is really useful in competitions such as the Dutch League, where oftentimes traffic can get in the way of arriving early to the game. But yeah, I would rather arrive, let's say 10 minutes early. 10 minutes is just enough time to get ready to the game and not get too distracted or not feel too bored sitting behind the board. It is just the right amount of time, I feel like, to get ready, to stay focused and feel like, yeah, relaxed, and maybe also to get some refreshments. It's sometimes there's some possibility to get tea or coffee before the game. So to have that extra few minutes before the game to get ready and get your tea ready is always really useful. So yeah, welcome everyone. Hello, good to see you everyone in the chat. We got a raid from WIM Anna Cantana. Thank you so much, Anna, for the raid of 57 people. Hope the stream was amazing, and thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. As if you did not catch it already, we're commentating on the London Chess Classic. This is the official broadcast, and I am happy to share this adventure together with you guys. And if you have any questions in the chat, feel free to ask. But as you can see, as requested by many of you, the camera is now also delayed 15 minutes, just that it is synchronized and that we do not get spoiled with results here on this broadcast. So yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you so much to Slumka for the 12 months with Prime. Thank you so much. Happy anniversary. Thank you so much. And also thank you to Huff Believer, who resubscribed for 45 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. On live cam, yeah. Oh, actually, we should change that. I forgot to change the... Yeah, that is a bit of a pity, huh? Yeah, how do I change that real quick, guys? It's not live anymore, but it is somewhat live, but it's, yeah, how do we change this real quick? How about this? It doesn't look nice to add 15-minute delay. MK Chester, thank you so much for the 14 months as well. Thank you so much. Good morning. It's still live, just delayed. Yeah, I think that's a good excuse. I will try to fix it for tomorrow's broadcast. If not, then after the rest day it will be sorted out. But at least the camera is delayed. Almost live. Varying delay, right. Near real-time cam. Thank you so much, my boy Magnus Gary. Thank you. What is even the rationale for the 15-minute delay? It's a fair play measure. So before the game starts, the players are checked with a metal scan detector, And one of the other fair play measures is that all the moves are delayed as well as the camera. So simply fair play measures these days, it's so different compared to 10 years ago when it was a blessing to be able to see tournaments live. Not every tournament has the possibility to show the moves live, but yeah, it's times have changed. Times have changed for sure. And by the way, let's discuss the pairings of today. We haven't gone through them just yet as the players are sitting down on the boards. We have today Andrei Volikitin against Amin Tabatabai. Both have been having a rough tournament so far. Amin has been going up and down, but Andrei Volikitin did not have a great game yesterday. So let's see how these two players will face against each other. Then we have Hans Niemann taking on England's British talent, Shreyas Royal, who has been having a really good tournament so far. So let's see how he will fare against Hans Niemann. Mateusz Bartel against Luke McShane, also a very exciting matchup. And we also have Nikita Vitiugov playing against Michael Adams. And finally, Gukash facing Jules Moussard. So Gukash has been having a good tournament so far. He got pretty lucky in the second round as he was on the edge of losing his game, but he managed to survive against Nikita Vitiugov. So let's see how he will be doing against Jules Moussard, who had a pretty interesting game yesterday. It was very unclear until the very last move what happened, as some surprises were happening. We were seeing that on the camera the game was already finished, but it was unclear what the result actually was. We saw it on chess results that it was declared a win for Jules, but we could not quite figure out how that happened, as a few moves after this, Jules actually made a mistake and allowed repetition, which was really insane, but missed by Nikita Vitiugov. So that was pretty crazy. And that goes to show you have to fight until the very end. Chances may appear in your game that you may survive and come back, but Nikita Vitiugov did not make use of those chances. So today, let's see how the games will go on. As it is about to start, I believe we see Malcolm Pine giving the opening speech, and we see actually the move before we see them on the camera, which is really funny. The games are about to start. We already see some moves being made. Okay, there we have it. The players are shaking their hands, and we have e4 on the board of Gukash. But I believe Jules is not present in the playing hall. I don't see him. So we're waiting for Jules to make a move. So in the meantime, where is he? Maybe in the very right corner? No, that's someone else. That's someone else. Oh, there he is. There he is. He just arrived to the game, shook hands, and he is just getting ready to make his move. What is he going to play? What is he going to play? Are we going to see a Sicilian? Are we going to see e5? Maybe the Caracal? What does he have in mind? He's now simply writing down the names on the score sheet. He's adjusting the pieces as we see. And he played e5. There we go. Very standard. We've seen lots of Ruy Lopez in this tournament, so I'm expecting in this game also to see a Ruy Lopez. Very popular opening, especially these days. Analyzed a lot, and yeah, at high level, Ruy Lopez is simply one of the favorite openings. Oh, we see the Petrov actually. No Ruy Lopez for us. No Ruy Lopez going on, but we see the Petrov. And white captured the pawn on e5. This is oftentimes leading to very drawish lines, as white captured the pawn in the center, has to retreat now, and black now also captured the pawn on e4. And if white plays d3, the knight has to retreat, and this position is exactly the same as the French exchange variation. So let's see if that is actually what Gukash is going to play. You can also decide to play d4, but it's personal preference. I personally do not want to keep this knight on e4 just like that, but there's definitely lines where you can play this. But instead, Gukash goes for the move knight c3. He does not move the d pawn. He moves the knight to c3. So he's attacking the knight, and after knight takes c3, he takes with the d pawn as he's opening up the bishop over here. But he doubled his pawns on the queen side, which is rather surprising. It is a very well-known line, of course, but it is surprising that, yeah, he's going for this as he's doubling the pawns, but at the same time, the bishop is now open. So, Black does not have a super great bishop on e7 as the pawn on d6 is blocking it. And if you put the bishop on f6, these pawns are in the way to make this bishop very active. So let's see if Gukesh will decide to go long castle. That seems very appealing, and we may see another kingside attack happening. All right, let me check into YouTube as well. I have so many screens on, so it's always a hassle, but welcome to everyone on Twitch and YouTube. We're trying to navigate as we are covering the games, and hope you guys on YouTube are also doing great. We have fixed the delay, absolutely. Well, it was the organizers. I'm simply getting the camera feed from the organizers, so the organizers were really kind to sort out the issues with the camera. And yeah, we are really happy to have a delay. Sorry, I was being distracted for a second, but we're really happy to have the delay on the camera as well, so that it synchronizes with the moves and we don't face too many surprises throughout the broadcast. So, oh no, here we go with this long line again. So as GMSL was pointing out, this seems to be a very popular long line. I am the only commentator. Yes, so this is the official broadcast of the tournament. I am the only commentator for this whole event. It is a very fun task. Being alone is pretty fun, but at the same time, sometimes I do miss having a co-commentator, as two minds is better than one, right? But it's still a big pleasure to commentate on my own, on my channels, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. This was a Petrov indeed. Being deliberately late and unexpectedly late is very different. A lot of players are actually late deliberately. It's maybe not per se something psychologically towards the opponent, but it's better for them as they are preparing very last minute, or some circumstances that make them feel really happy to be late for some reason. There's always some strange reasons. Oftentimes we say that chess players have superstitions when it comes to their chess games. I'm guilty of it as well, where if you win a game, you want to keep wearing the same clothes for the next round because those were your lucky clothes for that game. And if you lost the game, you throw out those clothes out of the window. Okay, not literally, but you wear other clothes the next day. And there is so much more when it comes to chess players and their superstitions, but I think clothes is one of the most common ones, as yeah, it just feels like wearing the same clothes when you have won your games is, yeah, it's giving you good luck. But as soon as you lose a game, you start switching clothes. Ask someone from chat to co-commentate. That is difficult as the organizers are in charge of this. So yeah, this is the official broadcast, so it's really difficult to maneuver around, and it's perfectly fine. Chess players have more than one set of clothes. I never knew that. Yeah, surprisingly enough, there are some chess players that only have one set of clothes. By the way, thank you so much to Stockfish for gifting us up to Sterling Drakes. Thank you so much. Anyways, let's go back to the game. So here we are in this line. We left off here, bishop e7, bishop e3, simply developing moves, and indeed. So Gukesh is going long castle, and Jules went short castle. So we will see attacks on the sides of the board most likely, where Gukesh is going to fight and take space on the king side. and Jules will probably focus on the queen side. So let's see how that will develop. But for now, rook e8. This opens up the square for the bishop to go to f8, and oftentimes we see that g6 is followed by bishop g7, and the bishop is covering the king super well on the king side. So it's a really good defender, which is why most of the times when we see the bishop on g7 in openings such as the dragon, the Sicilian dragon, or the Pierce defense, this bishop is such a good defender of that king. And even if there are lots of pawns running down the king side of white, this bishop holds the position together many times. So that is why rook e8 is played, preparing to move bishop f8, and now Gukesh is spending a little bit of time. So let's take a look at the other games. How have the other games started? We're just going through all of the games real quick to see how the game started, so we are in touch with the games, and we don't face too many surprises as we go on commentating on the games. So let's take a look. We see in the game between Andre Folukitin and Amin Tabatabai, we see another e4, e5, but this time the Ruy Lopez is on the board. And here after knight f6, avoiding any sort of Berlin or Marshall attack with the move d3. Very solid, and now playing c3. So d6 is a classic move defending the pawn on e5, which is essentially preparing to play b5. Let's say, imagine white would castle here. Then b5 would happen, bishop b3, and oftentimes knight a5 can be pretty annoying because the bishop will be picked up, which is the one piece that you want to keep in the Ruy Lopez, unless the situation changes, of course. So now c3 is played so that the bishop can easily slide back to c2, and after g6, the bishop is heading to g7 right away. Short castle, bishop g7. This is not super likely to happen, as the bishop often goes to e7 first and then reroutes towards g7, but now h3 on the board, short castle, rook e1, and h6. Very surprising, as oftentimes you do not want to push the pawns in front of your king. But in this situation, Amin Tabatabai seems to be prepared to, go for this line where the pawns have pushed, and he's probably thinking to put the king on h7, which seems to be very safe. And I'm curious to see how the game will continue after this. I have a feeling that Black is trying to prepare knight h5. So the reason behind h6 may have been that after knight h5, bishop g5 seems very appealing, and now it's a little bit awkward to play f6. You'd rather not move that pawn to f6. You don't want to move the queen. You could play knight e7, but the knight feels misplaced there, as it is not able to maneuver to g6. And this knight on h5, for the time being, I mean, of course, you don't want to put it back. So bishop g5 may have been the reason that h6 was played, and after a3, b5 was played. So now the bishop is under attack. The bishop has to move. Does it go to b3 or c2? c2 is more likely to be the case, as indeed there we see it. After bishop b3, you will get attacked, and the bishop has to move one more time. And this is exactly what Black wants in this line. Knight a5 followed by c5, and gaining space on the queen side. So bishop c2 has been played now, which is also indirectly covering the pawn on e4. So this encourages white to play the move d4 and take space in the center. So let's take a look. Let's continue as the games are speeding up quite quickly and swiftly in the opening. So here we have Hans Niemann versus Shreyas Royal. This game is going to be a thriller, I'm expecting, as Shreyas Royal has had a very good tournament so far. Hans Niemann has only made 3 draws so far, so let's see how this game has begun. So here we see the Italian, not the Ruy Lopez, but the Italian game. d3, taking it very easy, simply developing the pieces. Hans has followed all the main rules that we know in chess. The main starting rules, how to set up your pieces, how to start the game of chess normally. He took space in the center, he controls the center, he developed the pieces and castles. That's it. That is all he you typically need to do, unlike Gukesh, who yesterday refused to castle. Well, he castled in the end, but he refused to do that. He was not playing in the center at all. He was playing on the sides of the board. It was a very different game, but it worked out really well for Gukesh. Anyways, back to the game. Rook e1 was played, short castle, h3, h6, knight bd2, bishop e6, bishop b5. The bishop does not want to be traded off, and because of the move a5, the bishop can safely sit on the square b5. Queen b8 is played. This move seems rather strange, but it's very well known, as the queen is maneuvering to a7. That is the idea behind a5, not just to stop b4, but also to create space on the square a7. So after queen b8, queen a7, and the pieces are attacking towards that pawn on f2. And it's not so easy for white to defend. Of course, you simply move the rook, or you play queen e2, but it looks a little bit awkward, and at the same time, d4 is not encouraged to play. So if white cannot play d4, the development may seem slightly awkward. So let's see how the players proceeded from here. Knight f1, queen a7, rook e2, and now a4. So Shreyas is pushing on the queen side. Knight g3, queen a5. The players are playing super quickly, by the way. Bishop takes c6 was played as the bishop is under attack. Playing c4 is looking like a positional disaster. The square d4 is simply too weak, b4 is extremely weak, so this bishop on b5 has to go somewhere. Well, bishop c4 does not look great either, because after takes, the pawn structure does not look great at all for white. This pawn on c4 is extremely weak, so that is why Hans decided to take on c6. Oh, that was the wrong key, but that doesn't matter because this is the live position. So here we see Shreyas is pushing on the queen side. Hans is currently towards the king side shifted, but the knights are not really able to do much just yet. He may be preparing the knight jump towards f5. There is always in Ruy Lopez type of structures, this is also very similar to the Ruy Lopez, but that's why the Italian and Ruy Lopez seem very similar at times. But in this structure, oftentimes white is aiming to sacrifice on h6. Not in this very position. We do need support from the knights, but there may be possibilities for white to sacrifice on h6 at some point. So it is that in this situation, rook fb8, that was the first time that Shreyas started to spend time on his move, and now Hans actually plays the move c4, which is extremely weakening the dark squares, but as the knight on c6 is off the board, there is no piece jumping to d4 anymore. So for the time being, c4 seems to be alright. It is also stopping d5 from happening in any case, and yeah, it's rather surprising to see c4 being played. But at the same time, it makes sense as white needs to create some space, and he may be considering to play bishop d2 and bishop c3. So that seems like a very nice square for the bishop, and we have to try to figure out where this rook is heading to, because Hans played the move rook to c2, but it is difficult to understand why rook on c2 is so good. I'm sensing that it is stopping, it is part of the reason why d5 is simply not a move. Let's make a few moves. So let's say black plays any move, king h7, just because. Bishop d2 seems very plausible, and after queen b6, it seems very difficult to play d5, as there's lots of pressure on that bishop on c1, rook c1 may occur here, and now d5 is simply not a move. Of course, there is attack on f2 pawn, so that needs to be sorted out first, but to illustrate why d5 is probably not going to happen, and what the idea is behind the rook on c2, because it looks rather strange on c2, but it does have an idea of controlling the c file and try to open it up if black plays d5. And with that being said, the piece on the c file seems very vulnerable, so it makes actually quite a lot of sense. So that is regarding this game. Really excited to see how this game develops, as the players have already made 16 moves and they seem to be pretty much in their preparation. It seems as the players are now out of their prep. Just now, a move ago, as Shreyas spent some time on rook b8 and Hans also spent some time on c4, but other than that, the players made their moves rather quickly. So let's move on to the next game. We have Mateusz Bortel against Luke McShane. What is happening in this game? Here, the game is rather taking a very slower pace, as they are only in move 7. Let's see what happened. And we see actually another Ruy Lopez. Today, we've only seen e4, e5 so far. This is really funny. Knight f6, d3, defending the pawn, bishop c5, bishop g5, which is rather surprising, as oftentimes we do not see the bishop develop to g5 so quickly, as after h4, bishop h4, the bishop is not in the greatest spot. I've oftentimes been told that you don't want to rush with the move bishop to g5, as after h6 and now g5, for example, the bishop has to go back, you play d6, and this bishop is awful on g3. It is facing a wall of pawns, is never able to be activated, and this is on the long run simply not great. So really not recommended to play this, but let's see how Mateusz Bortel handles this position, as he seems to have prepped this line. And as you can see from the time management, it seems to have surprised Luke McShane as well. So h6, there was 15 minutes spent almost on this move, so that goes to show what a surprise it was for Luke. Bishop h4, d6, and knight to c3. So this is preparing moves such as knight d5, attacking that knight on f6, but once again, g5 may happen at any moment, and I'm really curious to see what Mateusz Bortel has in mind after a move such as g5. Or he's simply confident that Luke will not go this route, as g5 is quite a committing move. It's really difficult to push pawns like that. You typically want to castle kingside, so yeah, it depends if he dares to do this. How come Gukesh got white today as well? Wasn't he playing white yesterday as well? So before the tournament started, the tournament organizers, I believe also together with the players, did the drawing lots. So they have numbers 1 to 10, and based on those numbers, the pairings are generated. So it's a typical format where if you have 10 players playing against each other, there is a standard rule that says, okay, in round 1, number 1 will be playing against number 2, let's say. I don't know the rules out of my head per se, but it's basically number 1 against number 10, or number 1 against number 9, and in the next round, number 1 against number 6, let's say. It is predetermined, this format, but the players had to draw which number they would be in the tournament to have the pairings decided. Funnily enough, as Hans Niemann was not able to be present at this drawing of lots, he was still in, traveling towards London, as he was just finishing his tournament in Zagreb. So the tournament organizer, Malcolm Payne, drew his number, and it was number 8. And essentially what it means is when you draw number 1 to 5, it means that you're on the top half and you get an extra white game. So that means that from 9 rounds, you'll have 5 times the white pieces and 4 times the black pieces. Whereas if you have drawn the number from 6 to 10, it means that you will have more games with the black pieces. So oftentimes, the players, especially stronger players, prefer to have numbers 1 to 5, as that will give them extra white. And yeah, that is probably why Gukesh has now 2 times white in a row, but it will mean that tomorrow he will have for sure the black pieces. And if you're wondering what the pairings are of this whole tournament, you can check them on the schedule of the London Chess Classic tournament site. I will share the link in the YouTube chat as well as in the Twitch chat, so that you can take a look what the pairings are as they have been determined now because of the drawing of lots. So that's why yeah, we know the pairings now from the very start until the very end of the tournament already. who's leading the tournament right now. So currently we have Gukesh leading together with Michael Adams. Both players have 2.5 out of 3. So, and I believe tomorrow Gukesh will be facing Michael Adams. So that matchup is going to be super interesting, super exciting, and they are 1 point ahead of the rest in the tournament. So they are leading by quite a bit, but of course it is only round 4 today. Only 3 rounds have passed, so that's why anything can still happen. 6 rounds are ahead of us, and yeah, nothing has been decided yet. Exactly. It is mathematically impossible for everyone to just alternate black and white. Exactly. So that's why some players will have 2 times black in a row or 2 times white in a row. Very possible. But 3 times white is not happening. That is simply not happening. Is Hans gaining or losing rating points? Oh, I'm sure he won a lot of rating points in Zagreb, but currently I think he's not losing much, right? Because he has been drawing his games, and at this level, if you make a draw, it's not affecting the rating too much. All right, anyways, we still have a few games to check. So before we move on to another game, we see some updates in this game as Bishop D7 has been played and Mateusz plays Knight A4 instantly, attacking that bishop. So he will be picking up that bishop very likely. And yeah, I'm curious to see what this bishop will do on h4, as it is stranded on h4, and even more after g5, bishop g3. It will not have a great time on a g3. But anyways, let's move on to the next game. We have Nikita Vityugov against Michael Adams. We haven't looked at this game just yet, so let's take a look and rewind what happened. We see, oh, at least 1 game happened with d4. So all of the games started with e4, e5, except this one, where we see knight f3, d5, knight c3, and this is simply the queen's gambit. Decline, bishop f4, short castle, e3. This is sort of the combination of the London and the queen's gambit, where usually in the London the pawn is on c3, but here the pawn is on c4. Knight d7, c5. So white is immediately focusing on the queen side here, taking space and not allowing b6 to happen, because very commonly in this opening you want to play with the black pieces b6 and c5, but now c5 is not happening anymore. If you play b6 now, you face c6, and it's simply a big disaster, as a knight has to retreat to b8 and it looks rather disastrous. Of course you can still try this, and after this there seems to be a6, but with the move queen a4 you're pinning the pawn on a6, and this is simply a disaster. This is never going to develop, and it's not resignable yet, but I would be very close to resigning after this. Anyways, c6 happened, of course, h3, b6, trying to attack that pawn chain, b4 now, a5, and this is a very concrete line. So h6, the idea is that black wants to take here, but can wait with that, or has to wait with it for the right time, because black needs to develop first. Whether that bishop goes to b7 or a6 remains to be seen, but first black needs to develop the pieces in order to consider taking here, as you do not want to take with the pawn on b6, because if you take with the pawn on c5, then after b takes c5, white will gain access on the b file. There's no rook b8 move possible because of the bishop on f4, so white will be able to activate the rook on b1 and enjoy a very pleasant, much better position than black. This is sort of, it looks like the London, but it's not the same. As in the London, the pawn remains on c3 and is not pushed forward at all. So this is sort of the fake London, so to say. h6 was played anyways. Bishop d3, bishop a6, so black wants to trade off those bishops. Oftentimes in the Queen's Gambit, you want to trade pieces with the black pieces because the more pieces you trade, the more space you create for yourself. Because as you can see, the pieces are pretty much stuck, tied together, especially if the bishop sits on b7, very unpleasant. So you want to trade pieces as much as you can. Short castle was played, queen c8, and after queen c2, black decided to take on d3, queen b7, and the rook to c1. So now the attention is on the queen side. And with the weak pawns on the queen side for black, white seems to be doing slightly better, but of course, there's a lot of tension happening, and black seems to be doing just fine. I'm expecting very soon for this bishop to maneuver to c7. That would be really nice, as this bishop is simply such a big disturbance. Unfortunately for black, there's no knight h5, as this bishop can simply retreat to h2. This bishop is causing lots of trouble for black, so we want to get rid of this as soon as possible. But at the same time, if we play bishop d8, it is rather slow, so you always have to keep an eye on moves such as b5 to try to break things open here. And let's say bishop d8, b5, you have to be already very careful. You can first start with bishop d6, by the way, to attack the rook, and after this, b5 is simply crushing on the queen side. This pawn is very vulnerable, and I see a lot of danger happening here already with b takes c5. And you can take here first. You can also take on c6. I'm guessing that pawn takes on c5 is slightly better to not allow the queen to be on c6 just yet. And if black doesn't take, we can even play b6. And once again, black is very stuck with the pieces. Looks rather unpleasant. So let's see what black comes up with here. This is a d4 version of Berlin for black? Really? True, there is a party happening tonight. For those who don't know, you can check it out on the website of the London Chess Classic. But let's take a look. There is a Christmas party happening today, and there are no tickets anymore. The tickets are sold out, but the party's happening at the Holiday Inn in Regent's Park, and it will start at 7 p.m. And as the website mentions, it features some of the players from the London Chess Classic in a relaxed evening of blitz, beer, and banter. So the tickets are sold out, so it seems like it's going to be a fun and crowded happening. Well, not too crowded, of course. I'm not expecting it to be super crowded, but seems to be very fun. Let's take a look. So let's go back to the game of Gukash. So this is the moment that the players are out of the opening, and some are surprised, some are not surprised. Sometimes both players are surprised and they start spending their times. And this is the moment where the players are spending their time. So we're out of the opening stage. We're now entering the middle game. And let's see what Gukash came up with here. So he seems to be out of book here already, as he spent 12 minutes on move a3. What is the idea behind a3? Because it looks rather strange to move this pawn up a square where the king is located. So it seems to be that there's a deeper meaning behind the move a3. Let's try to figure it out. First and foremost, it does discourage black from playing the pawn all the way down to the board, because after a5, a4, the pawn has simply stopped you already. So there's not much to continue from there. The pawn march on the queen side is simply too slow. So a very practical move, in my opinion. Very practical. Indeed, heir for the king is always a good idea, but it is simply really difficult to see how black is going to attack. Queen a5, if that were possible, is not even a move anymore, as a3 has already been played. So it seems to be a very deep prophylactical move, where Gukash is simply asking his opponent, what is your plan? What are you going to do now? Because I have everything covered. You are not going to approach my king. And after knight d5, there's of course bishop takes h7 when you are losing the pawn. And Your position looks horrible with black. So not very easy to play with for black. Yeah, I was also rather surprised to see the Christmas party happening the day before, when it should have been probably, as tomorrow is still another round, but it says that some players will be there, so maybe not all players will be present at this as this Christmas party. I do know that in the Netherlands we have the celebration called Sinterklaas, which is celebrated essentially tonight. Well, it is celebrated tomorrow, but the day before, the kids get presents and everything in this sort of holiday. So it reminded me of that, but I don't think it has much to do with the Christmas party happening in London. So in London, someone should play the London. We almost had the London, but we have a fake London. So it's close, but not close enough. It seems to be that most of the players play a e4 on the first move, so that makes it a little bit difficult to see the London in this tournament. Welcome, Bucks. Hello. All right, let's see. Let's see if there's any progress happening in the other games. The players started spending their times as of now. So here we see that after queen e2, king h7 was played. Oh, we missed actually after c4. Queen b6 was played, queen e2, and now king h7. Very classical move to just wait. The king is better located there. And if anything, if you need to play g6, the pawn on h6 will be defended. Rook b1, queen a7, just to make sure that you step out of this file where the rook is located. And now bishop d2. So the players have been spending quite some time here already. And it seems to be that, okay, this position seems pretty balanced, but I like the activity on the queen side for black. Gives a lot of opportunities, and it's difficult to see what the plan is for white. Of course, b3 or b4 even comes to mind, followed by en passant probably. But yeah, it seems to be that the attention for white at least is on the queen side as well, to play the pawn up and to get rid of this pawn on a4. However, after b4, the funny part is that the rook is undefended, so the bishop would not even be under attack. So black could have the possibility to wait it out and see what opponent does. But remember, guys, you know how the en passant rule works. If you have the opportunity to play en passant in this very position, you have to decide now whether you want to do it now. Otherwise, you cannot do it again on the next move. That is the beauty of en passant. So let's say this move didn't happen. Okay, bishop d2 needs to be on the board for en passant to be possible. Let's say king g8 happened, just because it's a move. b4, and now you have to decide. Do you take on b3 or not? Well, you have to move the pawn to b3 in order to make the en passant work. But you have to take now. Otherwise, on the next move, let's say you move the king back again. Otherwise, you cannot take en passant anymore. And now the bishop will be running into some issues if the rook on b1 will be defended. Let's say rook goes back to c1. Now the bishop is under attack and looks rather awkward. And actually, after bishop b6, there's c5, and this looks rather unpleasant, as d takes c5 needs to be played, the pawn on e5 can be captured, pawn on c6 will be hanging, and the position falls apart. But this was simply to illustrate the rule of en passant, when you can take it and what happens if you don't. Let's take a look at the other games. Is there any updates in the other games? We have a small update in the game between Mateusz Bartel and Luke McShane, as after knight a4, bishop b6 happened indeed, and the knight captured the bishop, and c3 was played. So now white has a pair of bishops, but once again, the question is Luke going to play g5? Because after g5, once again, this bishop is simply not placed in the right square. He would have to go back to g3. And it looks very awkward for this bishop. It does not look like a great bishop at all. It has to face this wall of pawns. And Black can easily make use of this by maneuvering the knight to g6 and possibly pushing the pawns more on the king side. But there's no rush with pushing the pawns over there. Simply trying to get the knight to f4 is already going to do a lot of damage. So yeah, Luke has been spending quite some time. It's down 30 minutes on the clock, so that is quite a big difference already. But he seems to be unsure about playing g5. Perhaps it is not in his style to go for such moves. He likes to play more positionally, perhaps, as g5 is committing quite a lot, and it can weaken your king quite a bit, as the king will be struggling to castle. There's also knight e7 that we see in the chat by GM Solver. Knight e7 does not feel very appealing to me personally, as that invites bishop takes f6, but then again, it's not the end of the world. First of all, you do have to consider whether you have to take on d7 or not, but if you take on f6 first, I'm guessing that you move the bishop to c4 or you trade it off, but at first glance, the pawn structure looks terrible of black, but at the same time, black can try pushing f5, rook g8, and suddenly it gets a little bit uncomfortable here for white. So I can see why this is an option and why Luke is possibly considering this to play, but I would personally simply go for g5 just because it's very concrete. You're attacking the bishop and you're gaining space on the king side, and this bishop looks rather awkward. Right. So yeah, slow games today. We had some really quick opening moves. A lot was going on, but now the pace has slowed down. And here we see on the camera now, finally, with a 15-minute delay as well, so we can see everything live and synchronized. We see on the screen Shorai Bayat, who is the arbiter of this event. And oh, also, do you see this, guys, on the monitor? We were talking yesterday about what is visible on the monitor, and that some tournaments showed the games, but this didn't, as it was showing the London Chess Classic website. But there we go. We actually have the boards from the PGNs available on that screen, which is really funny. This is how it usually looks like in tournaments, where they show some of the boards of the top players. Where in big open tournaments, there are a few boards live, and those few boards are displayed on a screen sometimes. So here you see that screen, and it's really funny to see that it's actually used in this event as well, as we were not seeing it at first. So that is really funny to see. And indeed, we see g5 on the board. g5 has been played, followed by knight e7. So making use of both ideas by playing g5 first and then knight e7, as a knight wants to maneuver to g6. And this bishop is not the greatest. I'm really curious what Mateusz has in mind with that bishop on g3. Because if you play h4, it seems to be challenging black, but h4 will be met with g4, and that looks rather unpleasant. So first, we have to take care of that bishop. The question is he going to trade those bishops, or is he going to try to maintain the bishop, as after bishop c4, it is difficult to see how to get rid of this bishop altogether. But it does feel like it is unnecessary to keep having that bishop, because the power of the bishop pair is not present here. This bishop, it can be captured on g3 any moment, so there is no point in trying to keep the bishop pair alive. Hopefully without eval bar. Yes, these are very commonly used, these boards on the screen you see here. They don't contain any eval bar, engine moves, nothing. It's simply the board, it is the moves, and the names. That's it. So yeah, you cannot derive anything from that. It's simply an easy way, nice way to look at the boards at one glance and follow it along, especially for those that are sitting nearby. So for example, in that very corner, I believe it's Gukesh versus Jules. I feel like those two players have the best access to that board, and also the opponent of, I think Shreyas is sitting there, so probably Hans also has a nice view on that screen over there, which is nice because during the game you sometimes want to look at the other games, but I have a personally difficult time watching games when it comes to seeing them from the side on a 3D board. So having them on the 2D board where you can easily check, okay, this is going on and this is going on over there, is really nice. You like to see H4 just for Long Castle? Hey, that's not a bad idea at all. The only reason why I don't like H4 is simply because you allow your opponent to push the pawns more and more, and this is exactly what they want. Because after H4, okay, Bishop C4 is actually on the board, so let's say, I don't know, let's make a random move. Let's make a random move like Rook A7. I don't know, it's ridiculous, but a random move is on the board. If H4 is played, G4, the knight has to go back, and this bishop looks really awkward on G3. The pawn on H4 also feels very misplaced, so that is the reason why you don't want to play H4 that quickly. But yeah, of course, this is just to illustrate what would happen if H4. Long castle with the A file open. Yeah, it feels awful, but at the same time, I can see why it's possible with the bishop on C4. Will I be playing the World Rapper Blitz? I am still considering. I really want to participate, but it is a very expensive and difficult trip to make. It does feel like a once in a lifetime opportunity to go to Uzbekistan. Samarkand looks simply amazing. The Silk Road looks amazing. So I am considering it, but I have not made a decision yet. And I'm also not 100% sure if I can participate. So I am considering it. Also, because of the time in the FIDE World Rapid Blitz, it is difficult to travel during those days. It's not very easy. We see some of the players hanging around there at the back. I saw from pictures that there's a refreshment area over there where there are some snacks, there are some fruits, there's all sorts of things available for the player, so that is really amazing and really well taken care of. May not be a one-off opportunity. That is true. But the thing is, with the Olympiad, you are much more restricted. I feel like the World Rapid Blitz is a more relaxed tournament. There's less pressure going on, and when it's the Olympiad, there is, like, classical is generally much more pressure on the players. The Blitz and Rapid tournaments, I mean, of course there's a lot at stake, but at the same time it's much more relaxed, and you quickly move on from one game to the other, right? So there's much more time for other things, whereas during the Olympiad you have zero time to do anything fun. Let's go here. Hello, Ismail. Welcome, welcome. A3 by Gukash was a novelty. Yeah, it seems to be that Gukash was already out of book there, as he spent a lot of time there as well. But it is also a very surprising move, so... But it does seem to be a good move. Welcome, player. Hello. Let's take a look at the other games. Did we see something happen? Ooh, I see some progress made in the game between Hans and Shreyas. So indeed, as predicted, everyone, Rook B1, Queen A7, Bishop D2, Bishop B6, and now B4. en passant was played, and after a takes b3, c5, which is a rather surprising move, considering that the bishop and queen were lined up to attack that pawn on f2, but very well understood by Shreyas, because his bishop is not able to do much here anyway, so he wants to put that bishop on a5 at some point, trade it down, and currently he is controlling the a file, so perhaps he may want to play, I wanted to try to make queen a3 work, but seems to be difficult with bishop c1 in the air. Or a classic repetition of moves with queen a3, bishop c1, queen a5, bishop d2. Oftentimes you see repetitions happening like that, but I don't believe that these two players will go for that easily. And here knight h4 was played and knight g8, which is not something that the engine is very happy about. It makes sense that Shreyas is going for knight g8. It's a very typical move where you maneuver the knight over to e7, or you defend the pawn on h6 slightly more. And with the knight on f6 can become a target, right? Because knight h5 can be prepared. The knights are going to f5. One of the knights will jump there. So yeah, he's going into the defensive mode. Maybe he's trying to prepare g6, but let's see what he has in mind, as he spent some time, a little bit of time, few minutes on knight g8. The idea behind knight h4, of course, very simple. You want to put that knight on f5, or allow yourself to play knight h5. And since almost all the pieces of black are on the queen side, it is very common to focus the attention on the king side with white and start attacking the king. So knight g8, and now it is Hans's turn, who just sat down at this board. You can see, you can try to recognize the players on the boards, but it's a little bit difficult to see. But I can see over here Gukesh versus Jewel. Then in the middle, behind, we have Hans and Shreyas. Here we see Michael Adams playing. Then at the front, I believe that is, well, I have to double check, because I believe that is Luke McShane. And then at the very, yeah, that's correct. And at the very back, we have Andrei Volokitin, who is playing Amin Tabatabai. So there you go. f4 for white. f4 seems very plausible, yeah. Oftentimes when you move the knight to g8, you want to prepare f5, but that seems to be a stretch for now, as there's lots of pieces covering f5, so that doesn't look ideal for white. For black, I mean. So instead, if white plays f4, let me take a look. I'm trying to figure out if there was a reason to avoid anything. The thing is, what I'm thinking about after f4, takes, and g5 seems to be, I was thinking that may be an issue, but it seems to be the case that you can simply sacrifice on g5. So let's say here, if g5 now, you can probably take on g5, and the knight is not going to help you on g8, as there's lots of issues happening over here. Knight jump to f5, if bishop takes, knight takes, and maybe Shreyas is thinking that this is fine. I don't think so, actually, because I have the king f8, queen takes g5, and queen g7 is a huge threat. So, and look, these pieces are simply offside. So yeah, it seems to be that f4 is a really interesting move, since g5 is simply not allowed, not going to be good for Shreyas. But what else is there for black? Not very clear. That knight going to g6? For the time being, not yet. Oh, you mean this knight? Could be, but the question is if black is in time for that, and I'm not sure about that. So let's see. Bishop takes it for knight e7. It feels rather slow. The queen is entering here. Knight goes to f5, one of the knights. So that looks very difficult. It is an idea to put the knight on d4, very true. But once again, it does feel very slow. Yeah, I'm curious what Shreyas is thinking about with the move knight g8 because it's looking quite difficult. And f4 seems to be a very logical move. You want to take space with that pawn, very commonly played in this line. This seems to be indeed a very practical chance for Hans to win indeed. And as the engine is saying, it's only plus 0.4. There is the f4 on the board. It is only 0.4 advantage, but practically this may be much worse actually. And it may have been that Shreyas overlooked that g5 is simply not the way to go. Maybe he was trying to prevent this and try to use the knight to cover the king, but it's simply not enough. Thinking for the week. It sounds very similar, I bet. Let's see. In the game of Gukash, so after a long thought of 23 minutes, Jules played the move d5, which was the best move as he's opening up the bishop and changing the pawn structure as the pawn will go to d5 and now to c6. And this seems to be a more normal approach for this line. However, this bishop, I'm not sure where it's heading to. It seems to be that bishop e6 seems appealing, or bishop g4 even, if white allows that. But otherwise, if not for bishop g4, it's not very clear where this bishop is heading to. Once again, strange pawn structure. Usually this pawn is on d4, which is completely different, but now with the pawn on c3 instead, it's a completely different situation, and this white king is even safer than ever. I'm just checking real quick what is happening in the other games. If there's any updates, we see in this game where white is pushing a lot on the queen side. We left off at the moment where rook c8 was played. We didn't see this just yet. Queen d1, what a positional move. Simply preparing to either take control over the a file or the c file or b file. You have so many options with white. As after bishop d8, knight e1, and he simply made space for the knight to jump to d3, which is simply incredible. Bishop c7, knight d3. As mentioned before, black wants to trade that bishop off the board. This bishop is causing lots of trouble for black, I mean, as it restricts black from moving to rook to b8, which would be very useful. So for now, with knight d3, the knight is covering that bishop. So now the question is, does Michael want to take on f4? Or is he going to postpone this as all the pieces are now put in the right squares? Maybe he can consider taking on b4, as after a takes b4, he can start trading the rooks on the a file and try to close it down on the queen side. Volkatin has more time on the clock than Tabatabai. That is indeed very surprising, given the circumstances we have seen this week, where Andre is almost always low on the clock. Rook a7 played, taking it very easy, alright. But we do have to note that Michael is down almost 30 minutes, actually 30 minutes, more than 30 minutes on the clock. And he did not decide to take on b4, he went for rook a7, which does give white the opportunity to go b5. And that can change the pace of the game by quite a lot. Let's go back to the game between Andre and Amin, as, okay, the difference is very small, but it is a good sign that Andre is ahead on the clock and hasn't spent so much time yet, while the players are on move 14. So that is a good sign. And bishop c2 was played. Let's see where we left off, actually. Yeah, I believe this is where we left off. Bishop e7, bishop e3, queen c1, attacking the pawn on h6, so king h7 is very classic. Knight bd2 and knight b8. This knight move seems rather strange, but the idea is to maneuver to d7 and to allow c5 or c5, and then you go back to c6. You often want to make space for that pawn to move forward to gain some more space in the position. So This is a very common maneuver back where the knight is simply misplaced on c6, and it gives you more options to go to d7, maneuver all the way to e6 where it's placed much better, or you can even consider to go to g6. So that is also a good idea. Anyways, without further ado, guys, let's go to a short break as the players are now spending their times in this game, in their games, as the opening phase has finished in all of the games, and we're now in the middle game of, we're now in the middle game phase where the players are spending their time thinking of plans and ideas. So we are heading to a short break. We will have some fun videos happening on the screens. Those who have been here the past 3 days may have seen them already, but it's still very fun to watch, to show you guys what the Chess in Schools and Communities UK charity has to offer, as they are the ones organizing this event. So ask them CSC for more information about this great cause. And if you want to donate, feel free to go to the link in the chat. But for now, we're heading to a break. The action continues in the London Chess Classic. Today is round 4. See you after the break.
Children have been clamouring to learn chess. I get requests from every year group about chess. I'm convinced that the strategy, the discussion, the enjoyment, the game playing all have something to add and will in fact enhance the children's attainments in other subject areas.
We have learned bishops, pawns, queens, and that's all.
Next, after Queens, we're learning about Knights, and these are probably the most difficult. With CSC, we follow a curriculum, which I think is fantastic, because the way the curriculum works up, step by step, small bit by small bit, really helps the children digest it, and I think they can understand it a lot easier that way. The lessons that I did today, that was only their 6th lesson in each class. They were giving moves that more advanced players may even struggle with. I mean, they were giving moves where the Queen was attacking more than one pawn when they've never learned about a Queen before. That's really good. So that kind of tells me that they're really understanding what we've done so far.
Well, in Hungary we made a very big step from starting from 2013. Chess will be a choosable subject from September in every school. The school can decide whether they choose chess as a skill development. Here in England, Chess in Schools and Communities charity is doing a very good job. So I do hope that in the near future I can also say the same numbers as they can.
The lesson you just saw was their first full game of chess. We build it up gradually, you know, from pawn games to rook games, knight games, bishop games, so that they get to know how the pieces move. If you capture this pawn, she will use her pawn to capture your knight. And that's not good, that's not a good trade, but you can capture... Yes, exactly. She's only just learned, but she can understand it.
I like when you're moving your objects and then you actually get the other person's objects. And even when you get checkmate, you win. You need to think of ways in your mind you can get the king to win.
I think it teaches them how to reason. It's because of the puzzles involved. Like when we started with the pawn game, it's a very simple game where you have to get your pawn to the back rank, the first. And so they start to learn how to think ahead. And so it gives them an idea of how to concentrate and how to think ahead. The form teacher told me that they're better behaved now. And that is very encouraging. You know, she told me they're more attentive, you know. Sometimes she used chess as a reward. So if you're naughty, they won't be able to play chess.
The thinking ahead has benefits in terms of problem solving in maths. The fact that you're playing with someone and focusing on the board builds relationships within the class. It can be surprising actually which children achieve in chess. We've had 1 or 2 children who have been really struggling in other areas who actually have turned out to be extremely good at chess. And that can be very, very good for somebody's self-esteem and self-confidence, which again has a knock-on in other areas.
Well, it's always nice to see the results immediately. I mean, these kids come and make our moves for us, and it's quite an enjoyable session always. So far, I haven't been involved in a great way, but I am involved in a similar project in India. We call it the Mind Champions Academy, and it's wonderful to see that chess in schools and communities is doing something very similar here in the UK.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the London Chess Classic. Today is round 4 and we were just looking at the openings. The opening stage is over as the players have made quite a few moves and we're now in the middle game phase, and the action is unfolding now as we see some advances made in the games currently. Let's take a look what has happened while we were away in this break. Let's take a look. Thank you so much to Palmer's Story for the 36 months. Happy 3rd anniversary. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's take a look. Let me also make sure that we have this open here. Okay, we're back. We are back, and let's see what we missed. Let me make sure that the camera's also on. Okay, there we go. We have it. Okay, so in the meantime, we missed that. Okay, in the game between Andrei Volokitin and Amin Tabatabai, we did not miss super much. So King h7 was played, the knight went back to b8, and as expected, the knight went to d7. So with b4, White is preventing black from playing c5, so this seems to be very fine. And also with b4, you're taking a lot of space, preparing to move a4 potentially, and maybe even c4. c4 is also possible, but less likely to happen. But I've definitely seen this move appear from time to time. But for now, there's also the possibility of putting the knight on a5. Whether that is very necessary for White has yet remains to be seen, but for now, White can spend some time finding the right ideas. Bishop b3 can still be played, attacking the pawn on f7. As the king went to h7, the pawn on f7 is not guarded anymore. But after bishop b3, it is easy for black to defend this with queen e7 or rook e7 or maybe even rook f8. And that should be completely fine. So not much of progress here in this game, but the players are on move 15. They just made their 15th move. They are around an hour on the clock. So far, no disastrous time trouble situation just yet. So let's take a look at what happened in the game between Hans and Shreyas Royal. Thank you so much to Milan for gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you so much. So here we see between Hans and Shreyas that knight g8 was played, f4 was captured, bishop takes, rook e8, and bishop to d2. So the bishop went back to d2, probably maneuvering to c3 to target that pawn on g7, which is now a weakness. And that was a long thought by Hans, and apparently not the best approach, surprisingly enough, because the bishop seems misplaced on f4. Doesn't seem to be doing much there, so it makes perfect sense for the bishop to maneuver to c3. But the computer is not happy with this. The computer prefers other moves, such as involving the rook in the attack, going to f1, because the rook is not doing much anymore on b1. But at the same time, the bishop was still on f4, so it makes perfect sense that the bishop went back to d2. In the chat, we see a comment showing surprise that Shreyas did not play c6. Let's find out what was the issue behind c6. I guess c6 makes sense in the sense that queen a7 can get activated towards the king side. The bishop could maneuver to d8. Yeah, what is the reason that Shreyas did not play it? He may have miscalculated something. I would not be surprised if he miscalculated something, thinking that f4 was not possible by moving the knight away to g8. But indeed, c6 was indeed a very good move, and it is surprising to see that Shreyas did not play it, but perhaps he had other ideas in mind, and maybe we'll see this happen in the next few moves instead. But c6 was the idea to go for, to activate the bishop on this diagonal, and also perhaps in the long term you could consider playing d5, but for the time being the pawn structure is just fine and stopping White from activating the opponent's pieces. So let's see. The current position is bishop to d2. And now it's Shreyas's turn to figure out what to do here. So the rook went to e8. It is on the same file as the queen, but can we make use of it? Doesn't seem to be the case. So now, what else is there for Shreyas? Now perhaps you could consider playing the move c6, because with the same idea in mind, developing or maneuvering the bishop, that is, and then also involving the queen at some point. Maybe to d7 would be more accurate. But for the time being, the rook on a8 is doing a good job taking space and taking over the a file, which can be very crucial in the long run. You don't understand bishop d2. So the idea behind bishop d2 is simply to avoid any sort of g5, and at the same time put the bishop on c3. So black can definitely play the move bishop a5. The reason why bishop a5 is not so great is because it allows rook a2 or rook a1. This bishop is under attack, and suddenly white will be the one taking over the a file. So that's why you can't play the move bishop a5, even though it looks very appealing as you want to trade off those bishops. But bishop a5, you play rook a2, you put the rook on a1, and you will simply take over the a file. So that is a big deal and very desirable for white. So that's why bishop a5 is now discouraged, but that is why we want to play c6 to put the bishop on d8 and maneuver it all the way maybe to d4. Who knows? But in any case, putting it on f6 would be a good idea. It may also have been the case that Shreyas did consider moving the bishop to d8 by playing c6, but he wants to keep some space open for that bishop. So it may have been the case that he thought long term, he needs to play knight g8 now, and then in the long run he can put his bishop on f6. This may have been the thought process, but yeah, this could have been the issue. In the playing hall, you can see the Christmas tree. It lights up every now and then, which is really amazing. And there we go, it is lighting up. But yeah, it is simply adorable to have a Christmas tree over there. Not a lot of tournaments are happening around Christmas. We do have a tournament in the Netherlands during Christmas in Groningen, the Groningen Chess Festival. But in recent years, less players have been participating there because of the pandemic. Tournaments have gotten less interest generally, but yeah, the Christmas makes it really cozy. The Christmas tree makes it really cozy, already in the Christmas spirit. But yeah, the players are, I believe, in a hotel playing. This is one of the playing halls, and yeah, it looks normal. It's really nice to have a table separately for your game, so there's enough space for any sort of refreshments, enough space to write. During the European Team Chess Championship, we had such little space next to our boards that we would be writing down our moves, but we would be clashing with the person next to us. And I was really fortunate that I often played next to Machteld, who also happens to be just like me, left-handed. So she would be the one having issues, as the person next to her oftentimes was with the writing right-handed. But yeah, I was fortunate that Machteld was left-handed, so we would not clash. But it was still pretty unpleasant with very little space near the boards. So having space near the boards is very important, and is really pleasant, yeah. Hey Sidhunt, welcome, welcome. You like the Christmas tree? Me too. Did you enjoy taking part in a Genius game? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's been a long time, and I wish I could like redo it again, because I was very perplexed and unsure what I was doing in that show. But yeah, in hindsight, I wish I could try again. I feel like I was also much younger back then. Okay, I think I was 22? 22. Feels like a long time ago. G5 and attacking the knight. G5 is very risky because there's all sorts of sacrifices possible, and you weaken the square f5. So we do not want to play G5 here whatsoever. the knight is holding the position together, defending the pawn on h6 and covering f6 square, but at the same time, this king is not safe. And after g5, I want to try bishop takes g5, h takes g5, queen h5, king g7, and this seems to be losing actually, as you're threatening checkmate, and if you try to escape by moving the rook, queen g7, you take the knight, and this is... Okay, you're not going to resign yet because your opponent has to make a few moves, but okay, white is up 2 pawns with a crushing attack on the king, so this is definitely lights out for black. So that's why we don't want to play g5 just yet, even though it looks very appealing to attack the knight, but you do weaken the square f5 where the knight would love to go to. Either of the knights want to go there, and after g5 you have to calculate bishop takes g5, and you can quickly realize that after bishop takes g5 things are falling apart. So yeah, bishop d2 on the board. We're still waiting for Shiraz's move. In the meantime, let's take a look at the other games. And we see a rook on g1 in the game of Gukesh, and you know what that means. You know what that means. The king side attack is probably going to happen. But how did this occur? So we left off at the moment where Jules played the move d5. Rook h e1 was played, bishop g4, h3, asking the question to the bishop, where do you go to? Do you go to h5? Do you go to e6, which is probably not the best idea? Or do you take my knight and allow me to open up the g file? So queen d7 was played, and now rook g1. So Gukesh is okay giving up the pawn on h3, because if the pawn on h3 is gone, it means that the h file is also open for that rook. So the rooks will be able to have free play on the king side, and I would not be surprised if rook takes g7 could be one of the options. Perhaps it's a little bit too early to consider this, but you always have to keep in mind that a rook takes g7 move can appear on the board. So you have to be ready for this, and that's why moves such as bishop f8 are more likely to happen. But with the move bishop f8, you are allowing your opponent to attack your knight. So let's say bishop f8. I would be really happy to play bishop d6, because now the knight is under attack as the pawn on g7 is pinned by the rook. And with the bishop sniping across those diagonals towards the king, it looks practically simply lost. Of course, black can try a few more moves to hold it, but very unpleasant. I come to the stream yesterday and Gukesh is pushing the g-pawn. Now I come again and he's attacking through the g-file again. Yeah, the g-file is very powerful, especially in the games of Gukesh, and you do not want to give him the opportunity to attack on the g-file. So perhaps one way to counter against Gukesh, it would be to play h5, h4, and or maybe simply shut things down on the king side altogether. That would be a good start, but I can see that's very difficult. There's a UK version coming soon. That's so exciting. Who chooses where to place the clock? A very good question, actually. So most of the times, it is on the right side of the person with the black pieces, normally speaking. That is the preference, because most of the times players move their pieces with the right hand, so they make their moves with the right hand, so that the black player at least has this small advantage of pressing the clock faster than when you're playing with the white pieces, because then you make the move and you have to reach for the clock all the way, because you have to make the same move with the same hand as you press the clock. So that's why oftentimes it is towards the right side for the one with the black pieces. But what is more important than that preference is that it needs to be visible for the arbiter. So here we see that actually they have flipped the boards in such a way that it is always on the right side of the one with the black pieces. But generally speaking, you want it to be visible for the arbiter. The clock needs to be visible for the arbiter so that the arbiter can see, okay, this is what's going on in this game, and this is where things are heading to time trouble, and that's when you have to keep looking at the clock, because the arbiter has to interfere if one of the clocks, if someone gets flagged, if someone runs low on the time, if someone does not have any time left anymore, the arbiter has to interfere. Well, doesn't have to, but in such an environment, of course, it is desired that the arbiter interferes. So, yeah. And The organizers made it in such a way that the players with black pieces have the clock on the right side. As you see, the boards are flipped on the side at the back, and whereas on the front we see that the clocks are also on the right, but the black pieces are on the other side of the board. So that is really interesting. Is black too chicken to take the free pawn? I think if you take the free pawn, you're more likely to lose. So it's not about you're risking a lot for little gain, for actually probably no gain, because this pawn is essentially a shield. You want this pawn to be there. At some point, it is a weakness, so it's not going anywhere. You want this pawn to be there because it makes it more difficult for white to attack. So if you take this pawn, you're helping your opponent essentially. So yeah, you prefer not to take this pawn. Incoming Christmas tree gambit. Well, we will have the footage, so we'd have to see if it happens. But I don't think anyone stumbles on the Christmas tree. But that would be funny. Why not have 2 clocks? Oh, that would be really fancy. That would be pretty fancy. Wishes are one thing. So yeah, in the meantime, the players are around 15 minutes on the clock. Not in big trouble yet when it comes to the clock, but this is the moment where they start spending some time. So let's see how far it gets. But currently, I really like Gukash's chances here. Things can go down really fast once a rook is on g1 with a king on g8. So let's continue checking the other games, but for now, it seems to be doing fine. As far as I'm concerned, Paul, I am the only one covering. This is the official broadcast of the event, but I have yet to see if anyone else is covering the event, just for their own sake or because they enjoy it or something. So it's really unfortunate, but yeah, for now, I'm the only one. But I really enjoy it, and I hope you guys are also enjoying the coverage. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm here to answer them as much as I can. Let's take a look at the other games. Where did we miss some action? I see a knight on g4 in the game between Mateusz Bartel and Luke McShane. Thanks to the hydrate. Luke down to 33 minutes. Ooh, I smell time trouble in this game coming up. I smell time trouble coming up. Let's take a look. So g5 was played eventually, knight e7. This is where we left off with after bishop c4. Knight g6 was played. Very common. And here indeed, as I mentioned before, h4 to challenge that pawn. And now not the g4, but knight g4, which is rather surprising, allowing the pawn to be captured on g5. This knight is really well placed in the sense that not a single pawn can attack it anymore. You'd have to get creative with moving the knight away and then play f3 to kick it away. But for now, if you move the pawn to f3 at some point, knight e3 can follow, and that looks rather awkward. So after knight g4, queen d2, you're attacking that pawn on g5 one more time, and very risky play by Luke, who is now down to 32 minutes with 26 moves to go. So he almost has to play as fast as 1 minute per move. He, of course, has a 30-second increment, which helps a lot, but he's running down the clock quite quickly. And Bartel is in a very good spot with 1 hour and 10 minutes on the clock, and also a pleasant position. I appreciate it, Paul. Thank you. Yeah, it is indeed not Volokitin's game. Often we see Volokitin on a huge time trouble situation, but today Volokitin seems to be doing much better on the clock. He probably did not like yesterday's game where he went down super quickly. Yeah, it was pretty quickly. It was pretty quickly happening. But yesterday against Gukesh had such a good preparation, and Volokitin was unable to recover as he spent so much time that he was playing a 30-second increment when he had a really difficult position as well to deal with. So practically speaking, that was already lost from the opening, actually, as he spent so much time figuring out what to do against Gukesh's preparation. So, yeah, that is why it is so important to manage your time well in chess and to not underestimate how dangerous it can get when you're down to a minute on the clock. I mean, it feels like a lot. We're all used to 3+2 type of time controls, where we are used to having 5 seconds left on the clock and we make a move and we only have 7 seconds, etc. But in classical chess, things are very different, as the quality of the games are much higher than usual in Blitz, and the smallest mistakes matter so much, and your opponent can punish the mistakes super easily, whereas in online or even Blitz generally, these mistakes can easily be missed, or can be people make mistakes when trying to punish the mistakes, or don't realize there's a mistake made. You can go on like this. But yeah, being low on the clock can be really devastating in classical chess. Kaon Chess, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Hope the stream was amazing. Welcome, welcome. We are covering the London Chess Classic happening in London right now. We have a camera, but it is 15-minute delayed, as the moves are also delayed by 15 minutes. So here we see the action happening in, well, not real time, but in real time as the moves are also shown. So I will keep messing this up the way that I'm wording it, but it is live, but 15 minutes later. It's always very confusing with a delay. But at least we have the moves synchronized, sort of, with the camera. As I did see that sometimes the moves comes in faster than the camera, which I actually like more, because that means that we get to see the move first on the screen, which is great, right? How many more rounds? So we're currently in round 4. There's a total of 9 rounds. Tomorrow is the final round before the rest day. So on the 6th, we have a rest day, and we'll have to miss you guys for a day. But after that, we'll be back with 4 rounds in a row. And that means that after this round, there's 5 more rounds left. So this is just the beginning of the tournament. And as the tournament continues and progresses, it gets more and more exciting. So yeah, while I am saying this, Queen D2 and F6 was played. So after F6, defending at pawn on G5, of course, and long castle. A giga chat move, as after long castle, White is simply not afraid of this rook on the A file. You would think that rook is not really doing... is doing a lot there, attacking the pawn a2 on an half open a file. Black can start attacking with b5 and c5, but at the same time, it's really easy for white to defend here, and there's so much happening on the king side that black has to take care of things there, as to prioritize defending there, as a takes g5 can happen any moment, and you have to be ready to respond to that accurately. So yeah, we see on the camera Jules looking at the game between Mateusz and Luke McShane, and we saw that Luke seems to be really stressed, which makes sense given the fact that he is now down 40 minutes on the clock. 40 minutes time difference, that is a lot, and that alone can be simply super detrimental psychologically. It's really stressful to be low on the clock, but if it's low on the clock compared to your opponent, that's even worse, because let's say if the opponents both had 30 minutes currently when they have to make 25 more moves until the 40th move where they get extra time. If that was the case, it's not so bad, because both of the players are in the same situation, and it will almost turn into, well, maybe a rapid game, but at some point it will turn into a blitz game, right? So it would be fair. But if you're the one low on the clock and your opponent has more than 40 minutes compared to your time on the clock, that is where things get really stressful, because that is already a huge advantage for your opponent. So yeah, it makes sense that things are really stressful here for Luke as he is spending more and more time. We will leave it up to him to figure out what to do here, but his situation is not looking great. The position is turning a little bit too dynamic with the knights on the G file. They seem to be slightly lost as to where to go with the knights. This knight can head to f4, but as I mentioned before, you have to be ready for the pawn capture on g5. So really difficult to see that. Yeah, what to do here with black? You have to take things very slowly. So let's see. Let's go and check on the other games. And in the meantime, we're seeing very similar positions, guys. I see so many open A files on the games, because if we take a look at the game between Nikita Vitiugov and Michael Adams, here we see another open A file. And okay, we did see many Ruy Lopez games. Actually, this game was not a Ruy Lopez. This was the Queen's Gambit decline. But funnily enough, now black is the one that has taken control over the A file. So here we left off at Rook A7. And actually, Nikita Vitiugov missed the opportunity to play b5 here, which was a really good move, as he is attacking the pawns over here on the queen side and making it very difficult for black to figure out what to do, because now Rook b1 was played, simply giving up on the A file very easily. So a takes b4, b5, black shut down everything on the queen side except the A file, because the rook is over there controlling the A file, and soon another rook will join the party and the attention will be solely on that A file. So white made a small mistake there, allowing black to control the A file very easily. So now f3 was played to prevent any sort of knight e4 move coming in the center. Rook went to a8, queen d2, knight to f8, trying to target that pawn on f4, and now knight e2. So really tough position for white, honestly. I would happily take the black pieces here. White has a double pawns over here. This pawn is a huge target. It is very well defended by white, but at the same time, black is the one that can enter on the A file. So it feels like black is the one in the driver's seat, but at the same time, it is difficult to see how to proceed here with a concrete line, as the position is relatively closed and it is hard to fully utilize the strength, the power of that A file. So let's take a look at the game between Hans and Shreyas, as Hans made a mistake as well. So we see that now Shreyas went indeed for the move c6, which was the idea that he should have played a few moves earlier, but now it's also still fine, especially as Hans made the wrong move. The knight from g3 went to f5, a really appealing move, as you want to place a knight on f5, but now with the knight left behind on h4, this knight seems to be, I wouldn't call it in trouble, but seems rather unpleasantly placed here. So yeah, really interesting to see that the computer is not happy with this piece moving to f5. So what is in it here for black? So the first move that comes to mind, I keep wanting to play g5, but you cannot play g5 here once again. It may seem like you're winning material, because if you play g5, the knight has to retreat and you win the piece on f5 because the pawn on e4 is pinned. However, after knight to f5, after g5, you simply capture on g5 and you will get checkmated. This is actually already a forced checkmate. So you can't allow this to happen, and if you don't take back on g5, you're simply going to lose very easily. But at the same time, a mistake was made as well by Shreyas, who played the move d5, a very logical move. But the engine is not happy with this, as this allows the move knight to d6. Very difficult to understand, of course, why this is such a big issue, but after knight d6, e5 may be followed after that, and this allows the knight to sit on d6 and be very active. Shiraz is trying to open up the position. Instead of d5, apparently the move bishop d8 was better, which is really difficult to understand, but when we realize that now knight takes d6 is simply not good, allowing bishop takes h4, and after knight takes e8, rook takes e8, black will have the bishop, this bishop and the knight for against the rook and pawn. So with that material balance, it should be better for black, but not easy to understand that bishop d8 was so strong to play in this position. So it was very tempting to play d5, and if you don't know for sure why this would be so bad, because okay, black is not in a worse position right now. It's very much even, and allowing knight d6 is not the end of the world because you can always get rid of that knight with bishop c7. But at the same time, allowing knight d6 can make things very complicated. Hello, Jack. Welcome. Yeah, actually, it does seem very contradictory to put the pieces on this diagonal, but then play c5. But it made sense in a way because unusual moves were played, c4 was played, and with c5 you're stopping any sort of b4 or d4, so in the end it does make sense. That was not played, apologies for that. But it makes sense in a way that this was played, but yeah, it does look a little bit strange now with the pieces on b6 and a7, so you want to maneuver those pieces now away. The bishop, you want to put it on d8. Perhaps he's considering to put the bishop on c7. Thank you so much, Peter Merrifield, for the subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you. In the meantime, Luke McShane has made a move. He stood up and it's his turn again. So he lost a couple of more minutes as he was away from the board, I believe. Oh no, it's not his turn. It's not his turn. See, this is why it's so difficult to check the clock on the screen, on the camera feed, because I have a really hard time figuring out whose turn it is based on the camera. It's really difficult. It's almost looking like an illusion, so yeah. And now we have here Amin on the camera with his back. Fortunately, we have a really big view of the playing hall, so the players will have a difficult time covering the camera for us. So yeah, in any case, the players are playing the moves relatively quickly over here in this game. Shiraz is down on the clock, but not by much, and the players have already reached move 26, so I'm not expecting any sort of time scramble here, but black needs to be careful. Black needs to be careful because with the knight on f5, a lot of attacking opportunities arise, and we know how tricky Hans can be once he gets the opportunity to attack on the king side. So let's take a look to the other games. Ooh! Guys, the pawn on h3 has been captured by Jules. No way. What? I would never dare to do that in my life. I would never want to dare that in my life, to take the pawn on h3. Jules is a pawn grabber. Wow. That is crazy. Wow. Well, if there's one thing we can conclude, because we had a comment in chat asking if he's too much of a chicken to take on h3, there's one thing we can conclude: Jules is not a chicken. He is very brave for taking on h3, especially against someone like Gukesh, who is breathing the attacking chances in this game. As he puts his bishop on d4, threatening, well, not really a threat, but reinforcing the attack with a bishop on this diagonal. It looks rather dangerous. But at the same time, if you play g6, you do stop any sort of attack over here. The pawns are a really good sort of shield for the king. So yeah, I'm curious to see what Jules has thought about as he took that pawn on h3, because you need to have a plan. And he can take another pawn, but I think taking that pawn is going to be losing, as queen takes f3 allows rook g3. And not even that. There's a better move. You can take right away on g7. This is the moment that you can take on g7, because if you take, it is a forced checkmate. Crazy stuff. And you know why? Rook g1 check. If the king goes to h8, queen to h6 is a fantastic move, because you are threatening checkmate not just in one place, but in two places. So queen g7 is a threat. How do you defend? Oftentimes we play rook g8, checkmate. This checkmate is unstoppable, and you'd have to get creative with queen f4, but then you just simply lose the queen. So it's completely over if this happens. So that is why Jules cannot capture that pawn on f3. It is very dangerous, as rook takes g7 is a threat right now. I wonder if he can play any other move. Since the queen on h3 is covering the square h6, let's say c6 would happen. This is also losing, as the queen is super misplaced, and apparently queen f4 is simply allowing so many threats. Bishop takes f6 is a threat, and the attack is simply crushing. A juicer is a juicer. So, yeah. Really tough situation for Jules, who has to find the move g6. Not an easy task at all. Yes, he has to play the move g6, but g6 allows a bishop to become super strong on this diagonal, but he has no choice. Let's take a look at the other games in the meantime, as we are waiting for Jules to make a move. I believe he has not made a move just yet. We cannot see him on the screen anymore. Oh, there we have him. We have him in the very corner at the end, and he's still spending time. He has plenty of time to spend on this move, so I'm sure he will find g6. It's actually not super difficult, knight Marizao, to punish the opponent for not playing g6 here. The attack is really straightforward. You're simply creating the threats already. So I'm sure that Gukash has already in mind to capture on g7 at some point. It is simply a threat, and I'm sure he's feeling really confident here. So it looks like it's very yeah, very sophisticated, not human-like, but it is not a very difficult tactic to find. So yeah, it's always difficult to judge, right? If it's too complicated for humans or not to understand. But this is a really typical sacrifice. I once had this, I keep telling stories about my younger years, but the best stories happened when I was young. I can't help it. But I remember having a game myself when I was 10 years old, I think, where I put my rook on g1. It was a Scandinavian opening, and I was simply trying to attack, and I was running down low on the clock. I was very low on the clock, so I was like, okay, it's now or never. You take on g7, and you try to checkmate your opponent, or you're simply going to lose on the clock. I believe that a tournament didn't have much of increments, so I really had to make my moves fast. And I simply bluffed taking on g7 with my rook. I thought it looks convincing, but I'm not sure if it's working very much. So I took the risk, and in the end, it all worked out. It was, I think the evaluation was +4, +5 or something. So it was not a forced checkmate, but it was completely winning. And I managed to win that game after that. So that's why experienced chess players, well, I was only 10, but I was playing a lot of chess already at that time. And sometimes you just have a feeling. You don't even have to calculate things down all the way down to the wire. Sometimes it's just a feeling that you sacrifice a piece and it will be fine. But here it's not very difficult to calculate. The lines are pretty straightforward, and yeah, the threats are simply too much to handle. So yeah, I peaked too early and then I fell off. Speculative sacrifices, exactly. And actually, I'm noticing recently that since I'm not taking so many risks anymore, I'm losing out on very big opportunities to sacrifice pieces. And well, I have really big opportunities to sacrifice my pieces, but I don't want to take the risk and I get punished for it. So it's not a bad thing to have a good feeling of when to sacrifice and when not. Really important. Who would you prefer to win the circuit spot? As it's difficult to be one, honest, and two, to say it truthfully as a commentator. I want the best to win. I mean, of course, Anish Giri is my countryman, as we are both from the Netherlands. We're playing for the Netherlands, so it will be awesome to see Anish Giri go through in the circuit somehow. But of course, it will also be awesome to see Gukash, who has been playing super well. So I'm cheering for both, and I just want to see the best appear on top. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to do commentary. This is the official broadcast of the London Chess Classic. We're switching around in the games quite a bit here and there, as a lot of actions happening across the 5 boards. So don't worry if we're not on the game of your preference, or you'd love to see other games as well. We're hovering out over the game, so don't worry, we'll get to your game as well. You were hoping for Anish to go for rating spot. Personally, yeah, as well. I feel like the fight on the FIDE Grand Prix circuit spot is getting a little bit out of hand, and I feel like many players deserve it. So it makes it really difficult, right? How come it isn't open to public this year? I think because of budgeting issues. So the London Chess Classic has only been back now since a couple of years. The last time this edition was held was in 2019 in this format. 2 years ago, it was a different format involving teams, but now the format is back of the London Chess Classic the way that it used to be. But because it's been 4 years, it's difficult to bring back the tournament in how it used to be. So I'm guessing because of budgeting issues, maybe the playing hall is not very easy to access as well. So I think that's why, no access to public. But hopefully in the future, we'll have the tournament the way that it should be, with another open tournament on the side, and who knows what other activities. But there is a Christmas party happening tonight where some of the players will be present, happy to play Blitz and some autographs to sign and everything like that. So there is a party happening in the Holiday Inn Hotel. The tickets have already been sold out though, so if you didn't manage to get tickets, maybe you can ask around. Some people may have some leftovers, but yeah, it's a fun happening tonight. And for those who are going there, I hope you're gonna have a good time. It is starting from 7 p.m. onwards local time, so that will be 8 p.m. European time. May the best win the ELO spot. Yep, it's going to be a crazy month of chess. Many tournaments are happening, as well as a full We Defeat the World Rapid Blitz, so it's going to be super exciting. Tickets are not available. No, unfortunately not, but maybe there are some people around that have double tickets. The old hall is now a block of flats. What? Oh, that sounds sad. That sounds sad for, at least for us, you know, so we can't have the playing hall anymore available. I hope you got a ticket. I'm not around, unfortunately, Zombie Chainsaw. I'm still at home, but I hope that those who are joining there are having a good time. And there we go, guys. As we just finished our talk, G6 is on the board. So Jules played the one move that he had to play. Not very difficult to find, to be honest, if you understand that rook takes g7 is a devastating threat. But it does not end here, because Gukash is hungry to attack still. This bishop got stronger now, and there's still lots of opportunities for white. I would consider playing queen f4 here, attacking the knight as well as the pawn on c7. And also to defend that pawn on f3, rook h1 comes to mind, rook g3. There's many ways to deal with this position, and I feel like it's not so easy for black to handle all the threats. But I like queen f4 a lot. Let's see what happened on the other boards. Wait a second. Whoa, the pawn went to d4? Wait a second. In the game between Hans Niemann and Shreyas Royal, Shreyas Royal just missed the opportunity to take over in the game. But after d5, Hans went for bishop c3, provoking the move d4. Which is really surprising because d4 and now this looks very unpleasant for white as many squares are covered now, and soon the pieces of black will shift over to the king side as this bishop wants to sit on this diagonal now. The queen will head to d7 to reinforce the threat on the knight on f5. And this is looking very good for Shreyas Royal. This is incredible. I have the feeling nobody wants to have black pieces versus Gukash at the moment. Yeah, probably. Probably. The only weakness that Gukash has showed so far was with the black pieces, so... Royal, the new prodigy. It's absolutely amazing to see him do so well in the tournament. It shows that he really deserves to be here in this event. He's playing very good chess and making it very difficult for his opponents, which is a really good sign. Oh, you had Shreyas in your London clubs team for a bit? That's amazing. That is amazing. But yeah, what do you do after d4? You have to move the bishop. Well, actually, you can also consider playing rook a1, but it doesn't really help you so much, right? Because the queen simply moves to d7, and black is doing more than fine. No more doubts about Royal if he deserves a spot here. Exactly. I mean, before the tournament, we were of course hopeful for the best for him, but it's always very scary to see someone that is significantly lower rated than the rest of the field, hoping that it won't be like a complete disaster, right? Because yeah, it is tough to be the much lower rated player in the tournament. What if you have a much lower score than expected or that you're hoping for? And what is most important, that is you just focus on the games, take it one by one, and just have a good time. And he's showing it. He's showing his skills and shows that he can handle those 2600s and 27, well, around 2700s very easily. Shreyas Royal is currently with one Grandmaster Norm playing, and he is doing a good job in this tournament as well. I have yet to check how many points he needs to score for Grandmaster Norm, but I believe it has to be minimum of 3.5. So, yeah. So yeah, tough situation for Hans. Let's see how he tries to recover from this, as d4 is a tough move to deal with. He goes back with the bishop to d2, not playing the intermediate move rook to a1. And now Shreyas Royal is up 1 on the evaluation bar. It's -1. And let's see what the plans are here for black. I mean, it's clear that black is much more active now. And it's crazy to see that the knight on g8 is doing such a good job at holding things together. And now we see the practicalness of that knight on g8. This bishop can now activate on c7. The queen can maneuver to d7 or c7, but probably we prefer it on d7. And black needs to be careful of the move b4. The move b4 can get really tricky, as white, of course, wants to open up that b file. This event has 9 rounds. So we're currently in round 4. So 5 more rounds left after this round. I have to get 4 out of 9. Ah. It needs to be 2680 for 3.5 to be enough. Ooh, that is quite close. But 4 out of 9, pretty difficult. Pretty difficult. Will Gukesh win this event? He's doing a good job so far, but it's only been 3 rounds. We're now in round 4, so anything can still happen. But for so far, he's been doing fantastic. Bishop c7 played by Shreyas, which makes a lot of sense because that's where the bishop belongs, right? But the engine hates it. And the computer was suggesting queen b8, which is simply a disgusting move. And makes very little sense, as after b4, you're just on the same file as that rook. So it's really difficult to understand why queen b8 was so good. But bishop c7 is also just fine, I feel like, as the bishop belongs on his diagonal, and now it is on Hans to decide what to do, how to handle this position, as this bishop is going to maneuver around and be very active. Let's see if there's any progress made in the other games. Let's see. In the game between Jules and Gukesh, Gukesh has not made a move just yet after g6. He's spending his time, so let's take a look at another game. Mateusz Bartel against Luke McShane. So once again, Luke is heading to time trouble as he is on 17 minutes and we're on move 19, so it is looking pretty difficult for him, but he also decided to go for long castle. So we missed the move h5, knight went to f4, the bishop captured it. So now black has the majority on the king side. So that can come into handy, as also the knight can now jump back to e5 if possible, if needed. Knight d4, long castle, and bishop b3. So here, both kings seem to be very safe. So black had pretty much no business attacking here. The rook didn't really do much on the a file, as the bishop on b3 is covering everything so well. So that's why long castle made so much sense. And very balanced position. It's really difficult for white to deal with this knight, because once you play f3, you allow the move knight to e3, and this knight looks very unpleasant for white. And yeah, this knight on d4 is not really doing much. It's very well placed, but you can't really move forward with it. Knight to f5, not sure what to think about that move, so not so easy for white to play this. But at the same time, how does black proceed here? Unclear position. Have I played any of the players in this event? I don't think so. I don't think so, no. No, I'm thinking, but no, maybe online. Well, I have played Hans online, of course. But I was thinking over the board, but no, I've not played any of the players over the board, but online I've played many games against Hans. I've been adopted twice by him. He's way too good online for me. But yeah, other than that, no, I don't think so. If I were Shreyas and Niemann offered the draw, would you take it? Hard to say. I think given the fact that he's on his way to a Grandmaster norm, I would heavily consider it. But thinking outside of the GM norm, I think it is healthy for young players to continue on and play until the very end. It really shows the fighting spirit. It teaches you great lessons. And I think it's really crucial for younger players to play until the very end. However, given the fact that there's a GM norm on the line, do you want to take the risk of continuing? Hard to say. So Yeah, the players can only offer a draw after move 30, so that is going to take some time, I believe, as the players are not on move 30 just yet. Okay, they're almost on move 30, only 2 moves left. But who would I most and least like to play? I would probably don't want to play against... Well, I want to play against Gukesh, but also don't, since he would absolutely obliterate me. But it would still be a fun challenge, of course. But I guess among the field, Gukesh is definitely the one that is the most terrifying. Other than that, who I want to play against the most? Ooh, hard to pick a favorite. Maybe Shreyas Royale. Just to be able to play him before he becomes a Grandmaster and a top Grandmaster. So before he becomes super strong, you want to play against those young players before they have risen to their absolute maximum. So yeah. Probably that. Let's take a look. So let's go back to another game. I'll go off an opportunity to play Hunts. I've played Hunts 20 times online, so I guess OTB would be really fun. But other than that, I've already played him so many times online and he obliterated me, so yeah. I guess other players would have the preference as I already played Hunts, right? So yeah. Let's see what we missed in this game. Knight b6. Wait, where did we left off here? Oh yeah, I remember this game. So knight bd7, knight b3. Okay, interesting approach by Amin, who puts the rook on c8. 22, knight b6, a takes b5, and c takes b5. So opening up the c file, not the a file, as the white rook is on a1. So c takes b5, really interesting to see how the players are capturing not towards the center, but the opposite way. Because usually you have to take towards the center, but if you have a clear, concrete idea behind it to not take towards the center, like in this situation where you open up your rook, and this pawn on c3 is a weakness, so it actually makes a lot of sense that this happened. Knight a5 attacking the bishop retreats, and now c4. And we see a trade here. So white does not have the pair of bishops anymore. Took a knight off the board, and yeah, black seems to be doing all right. I mean, these pawns over here seem rather weak. Will we see knight takes c4 or d takes c4? Because both moves seem really appealing. But after knight takes c4, the b4 pawn will remain a target. After d takes c4, at least you'll open up your queen towards that pawn, and maybe you can start attacking that pawn on d6. Difficult to assess what is better, as both moves have something in mind. After knight takes c4, you can play rook a5 and stack the rooks on the a file. After d takes c4, you can start attacking on that pawn on d6. So, not easy to make a decision here. g4 for Hans to keep equality only move? Okay, I think if we quickly go back to that game. By the way, just before we leave from this game, Andre is down to 17 minutes. He did manage to spend a lot of time in the end. We are on move 22, so it's not the end of the world. But he is significantly lower on the clock, so he did manage to get into time trouble once again. But it's not the end of the world, so that is at least good for him. But yeah, let's see how the action develops. But for now, let's see the game of Hans. g4 the only move, but he didn't. He played the move queen f3. Oh, I was really certain that he would play the move g4, as he wants to attack on that king side anyway. So queen f3 was played with the idea to probably play knight to g3. And he was probably afraid of the move g6, actually. So if g4, g6, what do you do with the knight? It's not so easy. Because where is this knight heading to? It's simply trapped on f5. So that is why Hans went for queen f3. It all makes sense. So that's some crazy computer line, actually, to play g4 instead of queen f3. But queen f3, after g6, now you'll be able to play knight to g3 and secure your knight, put it into safety. So yeah, now it is once again Shreyas's turn, and he is in a better position. He plays the move g6, and the engine is saying to play g4 here, which is absolutely crazy. I would not want to give away that knight so easily. Hey Dwarf, welcome, hello. This is absolutely crazy. Hey, Mickey Deckett, hello, welcome. I'm just looking at the boards on the camera. Hans is moving towards his board, and it's oftentimes when you want to like adjust your seat, it means like it's serious business now. You have to sit down, and you're gonna spend some time now probably, so yeah. And there we also see tournament organizer Malcolm Payne walking around, and Shreya stood up from his board. He went back for a slight moment, which makes it feel like Hans was about to make a move, but I think it just seemed to be this way. Shreya was talking to the arbiter. I wonder what it was about. This I am already beat Tawatabai. Exactly. I mean, Shreya is super talented, and he is on a great score in the tournament so far. He essentially only needs 2.5 points more for GM norm. So, well, it's still quite a lot, but with many rounds to go, it's really nice. This is the official broadcast. Yes. This is the official broadcast. Right, so g4, after g4 takes, you will have that g file accessible for your pieces, but at the same time, do you want to risk this? Do you want to be a piece down and risk that your attack may not be so successful? Because you'd have to play very concrete chess here, and it doesn't seem super easy here for white, so it's not really easy to see currently what the concrete plan is for white other than rook g2, queen g4, and hope for the best. But it takes some time as the bishop has to move, and yeah, it will cost a lot of time. He did play the move g4. He played it. He played it, and it's now on Shreya's to decide. Is he going to take that knight off the board, or is he going to keep it over there? And Hans stood up, seems to be very confident. So that is, yeah, very exciting chess happening today, guys. So it's time to now go for a short break, as the action, it is heating up over here. It is getting super exciting. Just before the players are heading into time trouble situations, we will go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. This is the London Chess Classic Tournament happening in London, and we are currently in round 4. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you with more chess, more excitement happening in this tournament after this break. See you in a bit.
children have been clamouring to learn chess. I get requests from every year group about chess. I'm convinced that the strategy, the discussion, the enjoyment, the game playing all have something to add and will in fact enhance the children's attainments in other subject areas.
We have learned bishops, pawns, queens, and that's all.
Next, after Queens, we're learning about knights, and these are probably the most difficult. With CSC, we follow curriculum, which I think is fantastic because the way the curriculum works up, step by step, small bit by small bit, really helps the children digest it, and I think they can understand it a lot easier that way. The lessons that I did today, that was only their 6th lesson in each class. They were giving moves that more advanced players may even struggle with. I mean, they were giving moves where the queen was attacking more than one pawn when they've never learned about a queen before. That's really good. So that kind of tells me that they're really understanding what we've done so far.
Well, in Hungary we made a very big step from starting from 2013. Chess will be a choosable subject from September in every school. The school can decide whether they choose chess as a skill development. Here in England, chess in schools and communities, charity is doing a very good job. So I do hope that in the near future I can also say the same numbers as they can.
The lesson you just saw was their first full game of chess. We build it up gradually, you know, from pawn games to rook games, knight games, bishop games, so that they get to know how the pieces move. If you capture this pawn, she will use her pawn to capture your knight. And that's not good, that's not a good trade, but you can capture... Yes, exactly. She's only just learned, but she can understand it.
I like when you're moving your objects and then you actually get the other person's objects. And even when you get checkmate, you win. You need to think of ways in your mind you can get the king to win.
I think it teaches them how to reason. It's because of the puzzles involved. Like when we started with the pawn game, it's a very simple game where you have to get your pawn to the back rank, the first. And so they start to learn how to think ahead. And so it gives them an idea of how to concentrate and how to think ahead. The form teacher told me that they're better behaved now. And that is very encouraging, you know. She told me they're more attentive, you know. Sometimes she used chess as a reward. So if you're naughty, they won't be able to play chess.
The thinking ahead has benefits in terms of problem solving in maths. The fact that you're playing with someone and focusing on the board builds relationships within the class. It can be surprising actually which children achieve in chess. We've had 1 or 2 children who have been really struggling in other areas who actually have turned out to be extremely good at chess. And that can be very, very good for somebody's self-esteem and self-confidence, which again has a knock-on in other areas.
Well, it's always nice to see the results immediately. I mean, these kids come and make our moves for us. And it's quite an enjoyable session always. So far I haven't been involved in a great way, but I'm involved in a similar project in India. We call it the Mind Champions Academy. And it's wonderful to see that chess in schools and communities is doing something very similar here in the UK.
Now, 43 teams from 31 countries competing in an online chess contest spanning the globe. The difference, all of the players are behind bars. 4 of them are in Wandsworth Prison, one of the largest jails in England and Wales, and one of 9 now running chess clubs. Advocates claim that taking part in the game can play a role in rehabilitating inmates for life outside, as well as providing a way out of an often violent prison culture. Our Home Affairs correspondent, Andy Davis, has this report.
When you enter a prison like Wandsworth and its immense echoing central hall, there are many sounds you expect to hear, but not this. And the intense quiet which follows. We join a game between cellmates.
So tactically, how are you approaching this?
Well, the very basic is just to try to take over the center, which is at these 4 squares. And once you control the 4 squares, you pretty much control the game. A lot like football.
Teaching them are Peter Sullivan and Malcolm Payne, the England chess team manager whose charity now runs chess clubs in 9 prisons.
I asked a few psychologists before, when I first had the idea of prison chess, I was sort of thinking, well, you know, how will it work? What will be the benefits? And indeed, I remember very clearly what one of them said, which was that distraction is an excellent idea. If a prisoner can forget where they are for even just a few minutes, then that will, you know, that will be beneficial. I think, though, that genuinely what learning chess in prison does, and a lot of people here in the club have learned chess in prison, is giving them a life skill, something they can do on the outside, something that will help them integrate when they're released.
Check.
Knight C3. Knight C3, exactly. That's what I play in this position.
Chess as a means to help reduce reoffending is gaining more support, seemingly, in many a criminal justice system.
You got to castle your king.
In October, for the first time, the Ministry of Justice allowed England's prison chess team restricted internet access to compete in the first ever World Prison Online Championship. Prisoners in Wandsworth made a film about it. 4 of them competed. England came 7th out of 31 countries.
Do you see this as a form of rehabilitation, or is it just a means to relieve the boredom of being in prison?
Oh, 100%. It is a form of rehabilitation. One thing it teaches you, for instance, is that to think before you make a move. And I think it's quite applicable in life to always think before you do something. And I feel like in prison in particular, there's a lot of people that lack that ability, which pretty much landed them in prison to begin with, you know.
Including yourself?
Including myself, unfortunately to say.
The wing would have now tables, actually, you know. It is quite nice because you get like 2 people playing and 5 people just watching around, you know, trying to provoke each other, who is going to win, who is better. So it is quite fun. It is something new, and it's quite rehabilitating, I would say.
In what way?
Intellectual way. So you challenge yourself intellectually. Your brain works.
Here, the prison officer who helped start this weekly club plays triumphant prisoner.
Checkmate, officer. Oh.
That's all right, it's done.
What's up, 3 times? 3 times. So how long have you both been playing chess?
About a year for me.
About 6 months.
6 months. What impact does it have on the wing? I mean, what are the benefits, do you think?
It's a welcome distraction for them, and it's a way for them to concentrate and actually build relationships with each other. I mean,
and with you as staff,
and with staff as well. Yeah, and the most interesting part is that you can have an old Russian guy, you know, from one wing who's never spoken to a black boy from South London who's on the other side before, but they can play a game of chess. That's quite interesting. I like that part. Yeah.
2 different worlds meet.
Yeah.
It is impressive, but it is just one scheme. We weren't allowed to film on the wings in the prison. To help assess this in the context of what many consider a wider prison system in crisis, creaking under the strain of overcrowding, violence, the pandemic, and inadequate access to rehabilitation programs.
This chess club, looks great, but it isn't the reality across the prison system that there remain glaring deficiencies in terms of prisoners getting adequate access to rehabilitation programs.
There are lots of different ways of offering rehabilitation programs in the prison service, and what we try and do is adapt the rehabilitation to the prisoner's different needs. In a prison where most people stay short-term like Wandsworth, we try to offer activities that people can learn quickly and that they can take with them to another prison or that they can take outside with them.
See, you rushed me into it. You rushed me into it.
Sorry about that.
It is a cheerful club, said one observer recently in an often cheerless place. Cheap too say its proponents clearly passionate about the value of chess in a setting like this, and quietly it seems, with each move, winning admirers.
After you leave prison, will you carry on playing?
Oh, that's 100%. I'm already thinking that I will always, at this point on out, I have some chess set. That's one of the first things I'm going to do, is get myself a nice chess set. I think this will follow me for the rest of the life.
That report from Andy Davis.
Welcome back, everyone, to the London Chess Classic coverage of round 4. Today we have round 4 and some excitement has been going on. As you could see in the break screen, we see that there are some differences when it comes to the clock, but also on the evaluation bar, some things have changed. In the game between Hans Niemann and Shreya Zorial, Shreya's decided to capture the piece on f5. So after bishop d8, which was not liked by the engine at all, it allowed white to play the move knight to g2, which was a brilliant move played by Hans. After g takes f5, g takes f5, the bishop retreated, king h1, and queen e7. The logical move to get closer to the king. But after rook g1, bishop c7, it is now Hans who is taking the lead in this game. Even though white is down a piece, white does have a really nice attack, and Shiraz made all the logical moves. He brought his queen closer. The bishops are placed super well on this diagonal. This bishop doesn't really have much else to do, so it makes sense to put it on c8. But the computer is very displeased with black's position, as now the queen can come into h5, and it is looking very difficult for black to defend this all of a sudden. The rook is placed on the a file, the open a file, but is not able to access any of the squares. Perhaps maybe rook a3 would be interesting to consider, but it is simply way too slow. So not looking amazing for Streyas here, as Hans sacrificed a piece, and Hans is a very attacking player, so he will take this chance with both hands, of course. So really interesting to see how this game develops, as it becomes more and more difficult to see how Shiraz can defend this. It's difficult with the rook on the g file. The queen is coming in. The knight can easily maneuver to h5. Bishop can come to f4 if needed to trade this strong bishop, but no need for that just yet. So really interesting position in this game. This game can still go anywhere, as okay, the players are not in time trouble whatsoever, as they are on move 34. They are about to make their 35th move, but even then, the game is very dynamic and anything can happen. So let's take a look at the other games, as some excitement also occurred in the game of Gukesh, who has now taken a huge advantage after queen f4. He played the move queen f4. This is where we left off. Knight h5 was played, of course, as the knight was under attack. Gukesh took the pawn, and Jules made a huge mistake taking the pawn on f3. Jules is too much of a pawn grabber. We noticed that he took the pawn on h3 with quite a bit of confidence, and now he took the pawn on f3, which is finally the mistake. Bishop b5, he simply blundered this rook ac8, queen takes b7, and the queen is escaping. So the rook is under attack, but fortunately for Jules, the rook could distract the queen away. And on a6, the queen is safe now, so the rook can safely move to c8, but it did go at the cost of another pawn, and the pawns on the queen side seem very strong. The pawn on d5 is a huge weakness, and once again, the pair of bishops are simply too strong. So after the rook will move, white simply has to make a few more safe moves to make sure that they don't lose material, as the queen and bishop are a little bit stuck over here. But for the time being, white is doing amazing, and the pawns on the king side are not really able to move forward, as white is simply controlling the king, and with the king on g8, you cannot move the pawns in front of the king, of course. So now Jules is running down on the clock with 13 minutes left on the clock. This is move 21, so we are approaching the time scramble situation. But it is looking like Gukesh is again crushing this game. But okay, it's not over yet. Things can still happen. It's the early stage of the game still. So yeah, it is looking good for Gukesh. That is the conclusion so far. So let's take a look at the other games. We see in the game between Nikita Vitiugov and Michael Adams, the game has changed into an endgame without rooks. So queen and 2 knights for both sides. And let's take a look. Let's go a few moves back to see actually what happened. We left off, I believe, around this move. Rook c2, knight g6, and knight moved to g6, knight d7. The knight is heading elsewhere. Michael went with the h-pawn forward to try to weaken the opponent's pawns. g4 was played, rook a4. So Michael went in with the rooks, but had to trade them off at some point. And after rook a2, he was forced to trade as the rook had no more squares left, actually. And after queen takes a2, he avoided the queen trade. So now we're in a very even position where it's difficult for either side to make progress. But it seems as if Michael Adams is still trying. He's trying to push that pawn to a e5 and trying to push that pawn more forward. As after queen a6, you can simply defend with queen c7 and you're perfectly fine. So I'm curious to see if Michael is going to put more pressure on his opponent or simply accept the fact that this game will probably end in a draw. But I think Michael wants to fight still. I think he's not done. He's not done yet. He wants to continue and he has the time for it. The players are on move 35 with 13 minutes left on the clock. This is more than fine. Hans played the move queen h5. That is very exciting. So he is going full for the attack as bishop takes h6. Comes to mind at some point. Maybe he can even play bishop g5 at some point. The knight would have to move first. But yeah, this is looking very difficult for Shreyas. Can he still defend himself in this difficult situation? Playing against one of the top grandmasters is of course very difficult when they start attacking you. I mean, of course, in any way it's possible, it's very difficult to play against such strong players, but when they start attacking you, you know that's when there's trouble. So very difficult situation for Shreyas, but let's see if he manages to save his position as the game is not over just yet. Let's take a look at some of the other games. Let's see what happened in the game between Mateusz Bartel and Luke McShane as Luke went down to 1.5 minutes on the clock for 16 moves. So 16 more moves to go until move 40. That is quite a long road until the 40th move. And it is not looking very simple here for Luke as Mateusz is simply playing a very simple chess. Not making things too complicated, and I really like the square for the knight. I really like the square for the knight. Does the tournament have anti-cheat? Yes, there's anti-cheat measures. There is a 15-minute delay. So we see the moves 15 minutes later. This camera is now also 15 minutes delayed. So that way we have ensured the fair play measures, and also before the start of the round the players are checked with a metal scan detector. So the organizers are doing their best to keep this tournament safe for the players and to maintain the fair play measures. So yeah, this is the state of events. Now let's take a look. So bishop g4 played, pinning the knight, but Mateusz is not afraid. He sacrifices the exchange because this knight is going to be a monster. Sometimes when we put a knight on d5, and in this situation, we can also call it, they call it octopus because it is pointing at all those directions and it can go to 8 different squares. Well, in this situation, it will be a bit exaggerated, but you do see that it has so much potential on the square d5. Not a single piece can get rid of this knight. I mean, of course, you can try to get really creative with the knight to try to attack the knight, but at the same time, knight is really strong on d5, and Mateusz understood this really well, and also knight takes f4 is considered a brilliant move. So really well spotted by Mateusz that he's okay with sacrificing the exchange to put his knight on d5. And at the same time, Luke is down to 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Very stressful and nerve-wracking for him as he is in a difficult spot already. Why 15 minutes delay for fair play? for the fair play measures happening in this tournament. Let's see, the action is now happening on all of the boards, so let's quickly move around. We see that in the game between Andre Volokitin and Amin Tabatabai that Andre is on 2 minutes, and he actually had a really good position, but he made the small mistake of taking on a6, which still seems perfectly fine, but it gave the opportunity for black to strike back in the center. And now after knight takes e5, so white takes another pawn, but the pawn on e4 will drop as well. So this game also seems very exciting, but with only one passed pawn on the board and many pieces left on the board, we're still in equal territory. Actually, you are going to lose this pawn, and it's not going to be a trade, so it will be even material. No, actually, this is not going to be even material. Don't mind me. This is going to be 1 plus pawn for white, but very difficult still. Very difficult. This bishop is coming back to life, so complicated position. But let's move on quickly on the other boards, as Hans is improving his position. Unfortunately for Shreyas, he made another mistake with the move bishop to e5, as that looks really logical, right? You want to control the g7 square. Maybe you even want to put the bishop there at some point, but the engine despises this move, as now the advantage has risen up to +3. And it is really straightforward. You want to play knight h4, open up the rook on the g file, potentially put another rook on g2, and then things go south quickly. So let's see if Hans can find a way to attack here. With 23 minutes left on the clock, he seems to be doing great. And he has enough time to figure it out. But Shreyas in huge trouble in this game. Let's see how this game continues. Thanks, Lolita. Thank you so much. Luke is always in time trouble like Rishuk. So we have 2 time trouble addicts in the field dance, because Andre Volokitin is also a huge time trouble person. And there we go. Hans plays a move knight h4, opening up the space for the rook, and soon another rook will be added in the party. And as you can see, if we just make a few random moves, if we just sit and wait and do nothing, rook c g2 is threatening checkmate, because the knight is the only defender of the pawn on h6. So if another random move is made, rook takes g8 is checkmate on h6. So you cannot allow this, and you have to take action for that reason. But that is the idea of white. Very straightforward, but difficult to defend for black. So the computer line is very tricky. True. Knight of 3 is looking very strange indeed. I would personally simply move my bishop back and put the rook on g2 and ask my opponent, what are you going to do? Because it is not easy at all. So, yeah. In the meantime, Kukash's game also has some updates. The players are moving quickly in this phase of the game. Queen a6 we saw, rook d8 was played, and bishop goes back to e2, which makes a lot of sense because you're attacking the queen. You don't want to have the pieces depend on each other over here, as the bishop on b5 did not have to do much anymore of it there. But now the queen can give a check to get out of this situation, because essentially the queen is under attack, but also the knight as a pawn on g6 is pinned. So the queen can give a check, the king would have to move, and then the knight can retreat safely. So this seems to be that Jewel is barely holding on, but he seems to be worse still. And yeah, simply a really good position for Gukash, who is now ahead on the clock by 10 minutes, and the players on move 22, so that means that Jules still needs to make quite a few moves with only 10 minutes left on the clock. And here we see the check on the board. What will he decide to do? Will he move his king or play bishop e3? After bishop e3, the queen can simply go back to e5 to protect that knight on h5, so this is perfectly fine. How about queen f8? You mean in the game of Hans? Let's quickly check this game. Why is Hans walking around so much? Perhaps confident about his game. Players often walk around a lot during the games, as they either are bored or they're very confident, or to intimidate their opponent that they know what they're doing. It's very common. It's very common. So queen f8 was the suggestion. What to do when queen f8? It seems like there is some knight g6 threats in the air. I'm not able to justify it just yet with white, but I'm guessing that you can actually try to go for the same plan. Bishop c1, rook g2. Bishop c1 allows rook a1. We're not scared of his... okay, we are a piece down, so we do have to keep in mind that black can try to sacrifice pieces. That is something we have to keep in mind. So after bishop c1, rook a1, let's put it on the board. Okay, actually we can't put it on the board. Oh, actually we can. After queen f8 we can. So bishop c1, rook a1. Oh, this is funny. There's knight f6 actually, because the queen is in trouble here. Then I really like your suggested queen f8 to enable the move knight f8, as the queen is protecting the pawn on h6. But what I was trying to say is that after rook a1, I would still be happy to go rook cg2, and yes, you will lose one of the attackers, but should still be fine. But if you allow knight f6, that's obviously not great at all. So knight h4, queen f8, very strong idea to try to free the knight and get the queen out of here. And after queen f8, what can white try to do? I'm trying to make knight g6 or even rook g6 work, but I'm failing to see. Perhaps you can take on g8 right away. So we take on g8 right away, because after queen takes, of course, is checkmate. But what happens after king takes g8? Perhaps this is a little bit too much, guys, because white is down a rook now, so you can afford a lot here with the black pieces. So you give a check, king g2, and now you simply defend with bishop g7, and there's nothing that your opponent can do to continue the attack, and white will have to retreat. Okay, of course, this is still very exciting and not decided yet, but with black being up a rook, this should be fine. So yeah, queen f8 is a very resourceful move and really difficult to see what the follow-up is. Let's see if Strauss can find this very resourceful move, as it is not easy for white to figure out what comes next after this. So, as you can see on the cameras, the players are at the board and taking their time. Hans seems to be a little bit bored. He's looking at the screen with the games of all the players. So I'm curious what would happen after queen f8, because that is a really important move. Let's try to see on the other games if there's any updates. We're rotating really quickly through the games as a lot of updates are happening, a lot of excitement is happening over the boards. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. But yeah, it is getting super exciting. What is a white winning move? That's a very good question. What happens after queen f8? What does white need to do? Queen f8. It's really difficult to see. I try not to consult the computer because the computer gives everything away, right? It's much more fun when you sit down behind the board and try to calculate the moves by yourself. I'm trying to make knight g6 work, but I'm failing to do so. How about... I'm thinking with some sort of knight g6. Okay, it's too much, too much. It is honestly too much. Perhaps it is indeed knight f3 simply, as you are preparing the move knight g5, and it causes a lot of chaos in black's position. So I would vote also for knight f3. I'm trying to make very complicated moves work, such as knight g6 and rook g6, but it seems to be overkill. Simply play knight f3. The idea being that you want to play knight g5 and you're preparing all sorts of threats. So you're also preparing some sort of bishop takes h6 at some point. Maybe now rook takes g8 could be more beneficial. And actually, you're also preparing to take this bishop, bishop f4, and then rook g2, and then the action continues on the king side. So that would possibly be the idea. So I'm really curious what would happen there. In the meantime, we see that the game has finished. We have to switch real quick because, oh my goodness, Amin Tabatabai has won his game. What happened? all of a sudden it went downhill. What happened? We left this game at this moment where, I mean, sacrificed the... Wait, was it a sacrifice? I mean, took the 2 knights with the rook. And after e takes e5, queen d4, a very challenging move. But after bishop c4, bishop b7 happened. Knight takes d5. And the position simply collapsed. This is crazy. Wait a second. Was this a flag? I think this was a flag. I think Andrei Volokitin lost on time. Could it be that he lost on time? Or he simply played the move rook a4 and realized that knight c3 is blundering a fork. This is a disaster for Andrei Volokitin. What a turn of events. He was doing so well in his game and he was even slightly better, but the clock got the worst out of him. Oh my goodness. This is a shocking result. But very good for Amin, who is now having another win with the black pieces. As Amin is going back and forth. He has won 2 games and lost 2 games. So Amin is simply very unstable, inconsistent in this tournament. But he is doing really well at scoring points at least. So it's better than making 3 draws, right? So he's keeping things very exciting. No draws at all. No draws for Amin. But what a turn of events in this game. What a turn of events. All right, let's go to the other game. This game has been decided. Let's see. Do we see any update here? Shreyas is still spending some time in his game. Let's move on to other games as a lot of excitement is happening, as we mentioned. It is getting very tense. Here we have Luke McShane still on 1.5 minutes on the clock. Where did we left off here? So the knight went to g5 in this game. Rook went to f8 and now f4 is incoming. Knight c6 and f5. What a positionally flex of white, as white is simply controlling the squares e6 and g6, which are very nicely accessible to the knights, as well as the bishop can go there. And this is a positional masterpiece, showing that this knight is simply much stronger than that rook on f8. Soon we'll see rook g1. White will overtake on the g file and black is simply collapsing here. Diana, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. Thank you so much for the party of 82 people. Hope the stream was amazing, Diana. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We are covering the London Chess Classic. It is currently happening in London. This is round 4, and it is getting super exciting. We're around the stage of time trouble where crazy things happen. We just witnessed a flag or resignation at the same time. Unclear what happened first, but it looked like a flag, but it was an insane game, and all of a sudden it was over. It was absolutely over. And here we see another game where queen g7, knight takes b6, white took the pawn on b6, and black is on 1 minute on the clock. It is looking disastrous for black, as black is simply waiting for his pawns to be captured. The queen is now on g7, which does help with controlling the g file, trying to trade off queens. But of course, white does not want to take this queen, as that would make things much easier for black. So you try to avoid the queen trade here. Of course, you can't move with the queen, but you don't want to trade yourself. Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you. Thank you. What about Gukesh? Gukesh was doing amazing. We see some developments there as well. So let's quickly jump back to that game, as a few moves happened since we left off there. Okay, not so much. Queen f4 check, bishop e3 happened, queen e5, and Gukesh took on a7, and now knight f4 and bishop f3 on the board. So Gukesh is improving his position. He's now up a pawn, and it is essentially the pawns on the queen side versus the pawns on the king side. So looking very tense over here, as the pawns can actually not really move forward just yet, which is probably why white would want to try to trade queens here, because in the end game it will be much easier for whites to play. The attack is over on the king side as well as the queen side. The queen did its job, so trading the queens would be a good idea for white. But now after bishop f3, what can black do? It's unclear. Bishop d6 is on the board, trying to defend the knight on f4, who is the only hope of black, trying to maintain the position. And after bishop takes f4, queen takes f4 happens, so that is far from ideal. Let's take a look. Gugash stood up over there, but we see that Jules made a move on the camera. We're actually on a delay here, guys. We're seeing the moves before we see them happen on the board over there. That's actually really funny. Rook a7 by Royal, okay. So that was the top engine move, so that is very interesting to see. I had a hard time understanding this move because I feel like it's a really slow move. It does defend the pawn on f7. Perhaps he wants to keep an eye on the f7 pawn and next play a move such as queen f8. So let's see now if Hans can actually continue the attack, and he does play the move knight f3. Things are falling apart here for Shreyas, who had such a good game so far, but too many mistakes were made. And unfortunately for him, it seems to be that he is going down in his game. He seems to be going down. Let's see, we have 4 games left. In the game between Nikita Vityugov and Michael Adams, not much has changed. The players have a lot of time on the clock as they are 1 move away from move 40, so they will spend their time very much. And I'm expecting this game to end in a draw. It depends on whether Michael Adams is going to try for the win or not on after move 40. Probably, but for now this game seems very dry. So let's quickly move around. Let's see where the excitement is. The excitement is happening on all the boards, honestly. So there's a lot going on here. As let's take a look. Let's go back to this game. It seems to be that it is game over in this game. It was too much to handle for Shreyas, as Hans has a really nice and easy attack on the g-file. The g-file, I think, is a common pattern in this tournament. Once you control the g-file, it is over. So that is a really common pattern in this tournament. Either the g-file or pushing pawns on the g-file. It has been very crucial in this tournament, so that's really funny to see. Hey Halfard, welcome, hello. Adams just built the fanciest king castle ever. True. Let's see what else is going on. Shreyas has not made a move yet, I believe. Checking at the other games, we have some updates in the game between Mateusz and Luke. So we saw that f5 was played and the queen went to g5. Bishop e6 was played, simply dominating on the light squares over here. This looks rather devastating. And now queen takes h5, which may be the crucial mistake here, allowing the move knight d7. And it may seem as if losing that knight would give black some chance to come back, but with the pawn still on f5, rook coming in on g1, not very clear how black can try to hold on here, as the rook is able to enter on g6, and after knight d7, rook takes, bishop takes. Bishop takes is a threat, bishop takes c6 is a big threat, so you want to play knight e5, but then bishop e6, and the rook is unable to ever go to the g-file. You'd have to get super creative, but taking 3 moves to enter the g-file, by that time we will see a rook on g1, or first the queen on g2, just to make sure we don't drop a fork. So, yeah, this seems to be going very well for Mateusz. Also up a pawn indeed. So yeah, that would be too much to handle for Luke, who is down to under a minute on the clock with 9 moves left until the 14th move. So very unpleasant situation. Shreya Zoriel has made a move. Bishop went back to g7, and it seems to be holding it down together, but with a few slow moves, bishop f4, e5, and f6, it looks rather devastating. This is too much to handle for Shreyas, who has to defend very cautiously, and too many threats in the position. So this is very difficult to hold. We will have to see if Hans can find the right moves to win in this position. So let's see. Rook takes g7, you can simply capture this back. The knight is defending the pawn at h6, so it looks like it's winning, but not yet. So there's no need to sacrifice just yet. I want to play rook g2. So you're saying rook takes, king takes, bishop takes h6, knight takes h6, and rook g2. Very good point. I'm guessing that you sacrifice too many pieces. So I would go back to h7. Let's move it. Let's show it on the board. So king takes, bishop takes h6, knight takes, rook g2, king h7, and knight g5. Is this sufficient? I guess because black has simply no activity whatsoever with the pieces, this should be winning. But yeah, it does look interesting that this is winning for white. I thought maybe some rook g8 could be possible, and there's a lot of pieces traded for that queen, but it seems to be still winning as the pieces are simply too vulnerable and very weak. There's no activity of black to be seen, so yeah, rook takes g7. That might actually be lights out. Knight g5 right now, you would simply move the king back. And I guess this is why Shreyas went for rook a7, because now the pawn on f7 is very well defended. Bishop g5 invites f6. So that is exactly what Shreyas wants to do. Even though it allows queen g6, you can still retreat to h8. But it feels like there is too many ways to win here. Exactly. I also really like bishop f4, just to not risk anything and just take it easy. Just take it easy, prepare e5, and if black has to play f6, then yeah, that looks like lights out. We see here on the front, Luke very stressed about his game. I don't see any update there just yet, but of course he is low on the clock, so that would explain a lot. Let's go back to the game of Gukash. Gukash has just made... Wait a second. Wait, is this real? He made a huge blunder. Rook d2 is a huge blunder, allowing bishop takes a3. Apparently, bishop takes a3 is a huge move, as after queen takes a3, rook a8, and the checkmate threat is in the air. So after b takes a3, queen takes c3, and the king is simply in huge danger. You have to play bishop d4, give up the bishop, and now black is completely back in the game. What is going on? Rook d2, will Jules find the move bishop takes e3? What a turn of events. And he does it! Jules plays bishop takes a3, a brilliant move. And he is completely back in the game. Oh my lord, what a turn of events. Wow. Jules is back from the death. He was in a terrible position, and all that Gukash needed to do was to play queen d4 to try to trade those queens off the board, but he didn't. He didn't. He got... I don't know why he played rook d2. It's hard to see what the reasoning was behind the move rook d2. Was he trying to avoid certain situations from happening? He was trying to prepare taking on f4 and taking on d5. But now after bishop takes a3, bishop takes b2 is in the air, and he cannot simply take on f4 as this check is simply devastating. Wow. This is insane. So many games are falling apart all of a sudden, and this goes to show it's not over until it's over. There's always a chance to strike back, and Jules took his chance with both hands. This tactic is actually insane because it's not very obvious at all. It's not obvious that this is so strong. Especially because queen takes a3, rook a8, it feels as if there's still bishop a7. But after bishop a7, you simply attack the bishop. It is so sudden that bishop takes a3 is possible. This is a huge miss by Gukesh, who is now in huge trouble. And we can see on the camera as well, he seems not very happy. We don't see it very well, but with both hands in his head, it's a typical not like this face. And he probably understands what has happened now. This is a huge turn of events. In the meantime, what has happened in the game of Hans? I believe there's no new move yet, so we're still... Oh, actually, there has been a new move made. So indeed, Hans went for bishop f4 and Shreyas went for bishop f8, trying to hide from all the threats. He probably realized that the rook takes g7 is a huge threat, so he went back with the bishop, but Shreyas hanging on a thin line here. He's on a thin line here, and it's very unclear if he can come back in a miraculous way. Something crazy must happen for him to come back here, as Hans is in full control in the position here. Now rook takes g8 is also possible, allowing bishop takes h6 for yourself, and with the rook on g2, seems to be lights out. Rook g2 also a move. Everything is losing here. Well, rook g2, you can still play knight f6, I guess, and try to hold on, but actually after knight f6, knight g5, very unpleasant. There's just so many threats in the position. Let's continue. I don't see a move made by Gukesh just yet. He's about to make his move. In the other game between Mateusz and Luke, we see that knight e7 check has been played. So Luke had to give back the exchange, but is now down a pawn. And after king c2, h5. The question is now taking maybe a good idea? Because previously we did not like taking on g5 because h takes g5 and the pawns are really well connected. But now, queen takes g5, allowing ourselves to have a passed pawn. Is that a good idea? With two pawns like this, play is not very clear. But at least in the endgame, it gives you ideas to play d4 without having to worry about your king's safety. So, huge decision here for Mateusz, who still has 20 minutes left on the clock. So I'm expecting him to take his time here. And I see that you guys are mentioning that rook takes g8 has been played. Another brilliancy by Hans. Rook takes g8, king takes g8, and rook g2. The players have reached move 40, but it is completely over for Shreyas. I'm trying to find a miraculous way for Shreyas to come back, but after rook takes g8, there's nothing that can save him anymore. Rook g8 is simply crushing it, and this rook, another rook joining on the g file. Black has too many pieces inactive, unable to support the king, as the threats are too much. And what do you do here? King h7? What do we want to do after that? Bishop takes h6. Knight g5. There's just too many moves to consider. Bishop g5. How about bishop g5? F6, you take that, of course. Actually, bishop takes h6 and then knight g5. So after king h7, you take here, bishop takes, and then knight g5. I wonder if the queen takes g5 though. Once again, too many pieces that are being given away. So you have to make the decision very carefully. Bishop g7 has been played instead. Are we going to see a double rook sacrifice? A double rook sacrifice. That would be insane. King h7, queen g4 is a very good point because that allows queen g8 checkmate. That is too much. Queen g4 threatening checkmate. This bishop can't move anymore. Bishop g7, of course, you take that. So that is why bishop g7 was played. And instantly, rook takes g7. A masterpiece by Hans Niemann. As after king takes g7, it is simply going downwards for Shreyas. Bishop takes h6 on the board. And after king h7, you simply play bishop g5. You're picking up the queen. And with the support of this pawn, you're simply going to checkmate. Incredible. Incredible play by Hans, who was in slight trouble earlier in the game, but Shreyas was not able to capitalize on it and managed to get himself in trouble. King h7 on the board. And I'm expecting bishop g5, but also bishop f8 also works. Same thing, simply picking up the queen, bishop g5 on the board. Bishop takes, and then f6, and that is resignable. Rook takes e7, and now f6 should be over. He plays f6. And I'm expecting a resignation fairly soon. There we go, resignation on the board. And that is a huge win for Hans, who has been struggling to score points in the tournament so far, making 3 draws in the tournament up until now. But now has won his game, and he won it in great fashion. It was slightly dubious because he was worse for a short time, but he managed to come back and pull through, throw all his pieces at his opponent. He sacrificed a piece, he sacrificed a knight, 2 rooks, and then it was simply over. Simply incredible play, and what a win. Really unfortunate for Shreyas, who was holding on super well, so this is definitely a tough loss for him, but all in all, a great performance still so far to hold on for so long and even get a slightly better position early on. So let's go back to the game of Gukesh. Some crazy things are happening here because after bishop takes a3, rook d4 was played attacking the knight, but this allows bishop takes b2 coming in with a check, and Gukesh here going on desperate mode. He has to fight to try to hold on. He cannot simply allow capture. He could not capture that bishop simply because that would be a huge disaster, allowing his opponent to infiltrate in the position even easier. With the king on d2, the king is still more or less safe, but after knight e6, where is the rook going? Rook has to go back to d3, otherwise the pawn on c3 is simply hanging, or do you have to sacrifice the rook on d4? This is going downhill really badly for Gukesh. And we also see a resignation in the game between Luke McShane and Mateusz Bartel. Let's quickly jump back to that game to see what happened, because all of a sudden it was over. What happened? So after queen g5, we left off here. h5 happened. d4. So Mateusz did not want to trade queens, but after knight f3, which was a huge mistake, queen f2, and the knight is simply getting trapped. If the knight goes to h4, rook h1, and it's over. Or even rook g1 also works. Rook g1 is even better because it stops black from going to g2 still, but same idea. This queen is getting trapped. The knight is already trapped. So after queen f4, which was played by Luke, d takes c5 happened, and after h4, rook d3, and this is over because after knight d4 check, which is why d takes c5 was played, after knight d4 check, you take back with the queen to not lose the queen. That is why d takes c5 was played. Very clever move by Mateusz, winning his game in great style. 3 decisive games so far, guys, and we're here for possibly another decisive result. Great win by Mateusz. And now we have 3 people on 2.5 points. But Gukesh and Michael Adams are still playing, so anything can still happen. But Gukesh not looking good over here. Another brilliant move. Bishop takes c3 on the board because after rook takes c3, d4. And the king is so unsafe. This is incredible. Are there any hopes to save the game in time for Gukesh? I am afraid not. Jules is playing like a monster. He's not giving up. He's not stopping. And he's making his move almost by tempo. He's playing super quickly. And it's simply over for Gukesh. He tried everything he possibly could. But now being down 2 pawns soon. Actually 1, as he will capture this bishop. But after rook d3, pawn takes, you will recapture that. But this king is what is deciding the game. The king is simply very unsafe. The whole queen side is gone. This is incredible. Hey, Lake Tree, welcome, welcome. Hello, Levitating Mooing, welcome. This would be a huge result for Jules, who has been struggling a little bit in the tournament. He is on a 1.5 score. So with this, if he wins this game, he will be joining the top with 2.5 points. As currently there's 3 people on 2.5, but Michael Adams is still playing. So things could still happen there, as it looked very drawers when we left off there. But let's stick to this game, as this is where things are getting very exciting, or they're already exciting. But this game can finish any moment. Gukesh blundered. Unfortunately for Gukesh, he was not able to maintain his advantage, and he simply missed this huge move of bishop takes a3, which was very well spotted by Jules. And now after rook d3, pawn takes, queen takes e3. Wait, what? Okay, that was we're being chip baited, guys. This is perfectly fine for black. The computer thinks that rook d5 was played, but okay, it's corrected now. There's a quick jump scare for the audience. We've had some of those jump scares already before, but back then it was not. It was yeah, it was different. It was very obvious, but this one was yeah. This one is a bit too much to handle, but don't worry, rook takes d3, black is still winning, as the king is simply in huge danger. Queen takes d3 would allow rook d8, and the queen would have been lost. No way to save the queen anymore, so that's why. And after king takes d3, this king can, there's no way that this king is safe. No way that this king can survive. And if knight f4 check in the air, the king goes here, rook d8 check, and checkmate around the corner. C takes d3 is on the board. Knight d4. Oh my goodness. Jules is playing the game of his life. Knight d4, because after queen takes e5, knight takes f3 check, and you capture that queen off the board and you're up a piece. Oh my goodness. The amount of brilliant moves I've seen today, I am just out of words. So many brilliancies today. Oh my lord. That is just flexing. This is just a huge flex. We've seen too many flexes today. In the game of Mateusz, he was flexing so much with his knight, and he brought the victory to him very easily. Hans sacrificed pieces left and right and had a crushing attack, and now here Jules attacking like a maniac. Wow. And resignation. Oh my goodness. The game is over. Jules Moussard has won this game. And that means that we have now 4 players on 2.5 points. This is a huge upset for Gukash, who was doing so well throughout the game. One mistake decided the game, and that goes to show you have to stay alert at all times. And very sad for Gukash and also for Gukash fans, but very happy for people such as Anish Giri, besides Jules. So what a turn of events, everyone. And that goes to show chess is just unforgiving and crazy at the same time. So, one more game left, guys. We have 4 decisive results. Absolutely incredible. One more game left. And this game can go on for a very long time, as the players have crossed move 40. And I'm sensing a lot of shuffling happening over here. Really curious if either side is going to try something. As for now, Michael Adams King is on d7 and has moved all the way from g8 towards d7. Really curious to see how either side will try to make progress here, as the position is extremely close. King e8 played. Does that mean that after queen a6, king d7, we will see repetition? A repetition may happen at any moment. Mickey putting his jacket on draw offer. Ooh, this could be a draw offer already. Short stream. It's crazy how all of the games all of a sudden finished, right? Crazy sequence of events. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Wow. I can't quite process what just happened, guys. The past 10 minutes have been such a roller coaster. Simply incredible. Anishran celebrating. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. This is a devastating loss for Gukash. He was doing so well as well. If it was a loss where he had no chance, then it's of course different, right? Like your opponent just outplayed you and that's it. But he had such a good position, and to give that away is just heartbreaking. Thank you so much, Tony. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, if you're a Gukash fan, you probably don't want to look at Anish's Twitter today. Probably not a good idea. Probably not. Hey, Mate, hello. Ah, that's amazing. Hello. Very fond memories of visiting Arad in Romania. You went for a short one with your dog and missed everything. Yes, you missed everything. Everything just ended within 15 minutes. Within the time span of 15 minutes, everything suddenly ended. Hey, Anna, hello. Things are going crazy in this tournament. We have 4 decisive results today with a shocking loss of Gukash. Jules won his game today, and he just played amazing chess. Hans played amazing chess, and also Mateusz Bartel also played amazing chess. You still don't get knight d4? Let me explain to you quickly, because we did appreciate the brilliant move maybe for too long. But the idea is that after queen takes e5, knight takes f3, comes with a royal fork. So you're losing the queen. After the king moves, knight takes e5, and you're down the piece. So now the question is, of course, what happens if you don't take? So the idea is that you are entering with the rook, and you're checkmating very soon. So let's say we make a random move such as bishop e4. Just to stop anything. Rook b2 or queen a5. But queen a5 seems to be lights out already. This is forced checkmate because rook b1 check. You can only put the queen in between, and after this you simply come in and give checkmate. So the 3 pieces combo is simply too much, and none of the pieces can properly defend here. Too many forks in position, too many threats, and that is why it's over. So yeah, that is why that game was over, and why Gukash rightfully resigned. And we're now left with this game where king e8 is played, and I am curious, is Nikita going back with the queen? Yes or no? This is the moment. I'm expecting a draw here, but who knows? Maybe the players see some ideas and think it's worth trying. But the position is so close, and it does feel like black is the only one trying here. Well, not anymore after king e8, but it feels like black is the only one that can try with e5, right? Because if you play f5, queen h2, I would feel very concerned about white's position there. So yeah, I'd rather not play f5 here. But if not f5, then what do we have, right? Because the knight can't access any of the pawns of black. I can't see a single maneuver that is beneficial. I mean, of course, you can try to put a knight on a5 with the queen on a6, but an easy king d7, and we have to get more creative after that. King c7, I mean, and that's it. So yeah. Is it safe to say chess speaks for itself? Absolutely. Today, chess speaks for itself. That is a good conclusion of the day. Plus f4 hangs, exactly, so you can't even move the knights, indeed. Yeah, even in some world where you can manage to avoid the loss of the pawn, it's super difficult to advance here, so I would be very surprised if the players continue in the next 5 moves, but who knows? For now, the players are on 40 minutes on the clock. Well, Michael is on 30 minutes, basically, but no trouble for either side on the clock. The players are on move 44. A draw offer can happen at any moment. The rule when it comes to offering draws in this tournament is as follows. You can offer a draw after move 30, but not before that. You can offer a draw as in you can make a draw by repetition anytime you want, but you have to consult the arbiter, etc. But essentially, you're not allowed to offer a draw before move 30. So after that, you're free to offer a draw. King d2 played by Vityugov. He's still trying. Interesting. Interesting, because I think queen a6 would have been repetition. King d7, because that's where the king came from. But let's see what Nikita Vityugov has in mind. What if rook c1? I'll check in a moment. And he's tweeted, well, at least my jet lag is gone. King t2, c3 to support f4. You mean e3, I guess. Very possible, yeah. That is probably what Vityugov is aiming to go for. You have to keep in mind that e5 may cause some issues for that white king on e3. But at the same time, as I mentioned, you can try putting a knight on a5 and the queen on a6, but all black needs to do for so many moves, black just needs to put the king on d7 and wait. So I'm not expecting much to happen here. To quickly answer your question about, this game. What if rook c1? You allow knight b3 check. Yeah, you first play knight b3 check. It is probably, actually you can play, sorry, there's so many winning moves here that it's hard to pick. You can play rook b2 check and then take the bishop. You can play knight b3 check. There's just too many ways to win here, and that is why it's over. Magnus is not in this tournament, no. The Christmas tree getting randomly excited. King f7 is on the board. Very peaceful. This must be a draw. I think so too. Very difficult to see. And it's one of those situations where if you push too much, you might actually run into some issues yourself. Just as I mentioned, f5 is just a terrible idea. g5 probably as well, allowing the knight to jump to f5. So why would you, right? And other than that, it's really hard to see how you can continue here. Knight takes bishop. That is after queen takes e5. Oh yeah. After queen takes, if Gugash would have captured the queen, the knight takes bishop, and that was a fork, and Jules would win the queen back and be up a piece. So yeah, much more exciting than the Sinkfield Cup. Crazy, right? I mean, we have here more decisive games than draws, and like draws here, but also draws from the Sinkfield Cup. So it's actually really insane. Hey Chino, welcome, hello. So this is absolutely crazy. And yeah, not expected at all. I did not expect to have so many decisive results, but the players are really going for it. And today we simply had 3 brilliancies. I mean, just incredible. The 4th decisive game was a little bit unfortunate, as one of the players simply flagged. They had a worse position and they made, I think, a really bad move when it was their turn. But yeah, it was a really bad position and simply ran out of the time. Thank you, Source Speed. Have a great day. Thanks for joining. I think we're rating only 400. Hey, that's okay. That is okay. If it makes you feel better, one of my first games, well, I was still pretty new to chess, but I really didn't like when in over-the-board chess, when you castle, you have to touch the king first, because if you touch the rook to castle, it counts as a rook move and it doesn't count as a castle move. So if you try to castle, you have to touch the king. I was castling just with my rook and then move the king over, but then my opponent pointed out, you can't do that, and I felt so ashamed, so I had to move my rook, and I was so sad. Also, in one of my early games, I was playing in a very important tournament, but I was too young to understand anything, and I thought I could try to trick my opponent into stalemating me, and I thought I made the stalemate, but I didn't realize I had like 3 pawns on the other side of the board. My king was stuck, but I had 3 pawns left that could still move. So I thought the result was a draw because my king was stuck, but it was not. So it makes you feel better. We all started somewhere, and I have a lot of embarrassing stories for you if to make you feel better. Yeah. So Queen A6 is back. King E8. I'm expecting King E8, and that should be repetition soon, probably. So, yeah. Can you touch the king first to indicate castling, then move the rook first? I think the opponent may ask you to move the king first. Many stories involving rooks. Anna's died at the bottom, now we're here. The players are continuing, guys. We're not done yet. The players are not done yet. Wow. No King E8, Knight F8. This is incredible. What are the players trying to do here? John Bartholomew, thank you so much for the raid about 136 people. Thank you so much. Hope this stream was amazing. Welcome everyone. We are covering the London Chess Classic. Super exciting event as we have today 4 decisive results, and if you missed the games, you should totally check them out. The game of Hans between Shiraz Royale was amazing. Really well played by Hans, who sacrificed so many pieces and won the game in a convincing way. Then we had Gukash in a thriller of a game where he was much better. He suddenly blundered, allowed a crazy tactic by his opponent Jules, and Gukash managed to lose that game as Jules was suddenly a maniac, throwing his pieces at Gukash and just unstoppable. And the third brilliant game today was of Mateusz Bartel, who simply played super clean chess against Luke McShane. So 3 really good games to look out for. Check it out if you have the time for it, because it is a total treat. Absolutely. Gukash lost today. Gukash lost. And now we're waiting for this game to ended a draw. But I feel like this game, now that the players are still trying to move around here and there, it may take a little longer. It may take a little longer. So I suggest everyone that we go for a short break to give the players some time to spend here, as they have a lot of time on their clocks. As if the game finishes as I am in the break, I will of course return as soon as possible. But for now, the game is still ongoing and we will go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action continues. Maybe not so much in this game, but we'll be back after the break and see you in a short moment. All right, everyone, we are back as the game is close to finish. I am seeing just now that they are moving the queens back and forth, so I am sort of expecting this game to finish very soon. But welcome back to the London Chess Classic. This is round 4. That is about to finish, and indeed, as I guessed, they finally decided to repeat the moves, and I'm expecting the handshake very soon. Let's see. This game can end any moment now. Queen b6, and that is officially a draw. A draw is on the board 3 times repetition. Funny way to decide a draw. I really expected the king to move back and just simply move back and forth and decide the draw this way, but the players decided in a very fancy way with the queen trade offer. Not even worried about queen takes b6. I would be slightly concerned allowing queen takes b6, but yeah, the players decided on a draw in the end, and the result is official. And this means, everyone, that Michael Adams is leading the tournament with 3 points out of 4. Undefeated so far, leading the tournament, and he will be facing tomorrow Gukash, who just lost his game and went down in the standings, sharing second place together with Jule, Musar, Hans Niemann, and these 3 players are on 2.5 points. With 2 points, we have Mateusz Bartel, Amin Tabatabai. 1.5 points, we have Nikita Vitiukov and Shreya Zorial, and also Andrei Volkitin, and finally Luke McShane on 1 point. That is the end of this round, everyone. What an exciting turn of events. We have seen such exciting games today. After 3 rounds, this was definitely the most exciting round so far. And this is just the beginning, guys, because tomorrow is the last game before the rest day. Tonight, the players will have a good time in a special Christmas party organized by the organizers. And some of the players will be present there. For those who are going there, have a wonderful time there. Once again, this tournament is organized by Chess in Schools and Communities. Ask them CSC in the chat if you want to find out more information about this great cause. It is an UK charity who offers chess in schools all over the UK and organizes events such as this event. Without their help, this would not be possible. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching. This is the end of round 4. I hope you guys enjoyed this one as much as I did. We were in for a treat today, but tomorrow the action continues on this channel, same time, same place, starting at 3 p.m. Central European Time or 2 p.m. local time in London. And we will be back on YouTube as well as on Twitch. I'd like to thank you all for watching and hope to see you in the next